All right, so just when I go live, we've got a train going through town and the church bells are ringing. But look at me being right on time. So, while all this background noise is going on, I want to say good morning. If you show up or if you listen later, I appreciate it. I hope you'll join in and leave comments in the chat or leave comments under the video if you listen later. I find these things interesting. I hope other people do as well. And I'm just going to give it maybe a minute or so for all this noise to stop, and we'll get started. I want to let you know that as we do this, I'm going to bring up the transcript so you'll be able to read along on your device if you're able to see it well. Wonderful. It's so good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, the transcript will be on screen so you can read along or you can just listen. I'll read it out to you. I'm going to try to cut out as much of the superfluous language as possible. There's a lot of ums and false starts and stuff like that. I'm going to try to read it just smoothly. Wonderful, Jenny. I've got my piping hot coffee too. And yeah, it's going to be fun. Like I said, I'll try to take out as much of the unnecessary language in the transcript as possible. But I also will not be able to be watching the chat as we're reading the transcript because it's on a different screen. But I am going to set the timer on my phone to go off approximately every 44 to 5 minutes so that I can look over at the live chat and see what's being said, get your feedback, all of that. So whenever you hear the timer go off, you'll know that it's time for me to look at live chat. If you have any questions, that would be the time to put the questions in there so that I'll see them, because I may not be able, depending on how talkative everyone is, I may not be able to go back and catch every single comment that was made. So when you hear my timer go off or when I let you know that I'm looking at chat, please put any questions or comments that you feel are pertinent in the chat, and I'll do my best to either answer them or give you my thoughts on what your comments are, what your thoughts are, because I want this to be interactive. I want for us to have a conversation and to feed off each other's thoughts or what we think might be going on, or have you ever thought of it this way? All those things. I enjoy conversation about these things. If I just wanted my thoughts, I already know what my thoughts are. I wouldn't come on here and do this with an audience. I want your thoughts too. I like other people's thoughts. So, okay, it sounds like the train is done. The church bells have quit going off. Hello, Veruca. It's so good to see you. I want to thank you guys for coming in here and joining me for this. I didn't know if there would be a lot of interest. PF, so good to see you. Didn't know if there would be a lot of interest, but I decided I was going to do it anyway, even if there were just one or two people interested. That's fine by me. It's always more fun, though, when we have more people sharing their thoughts. Well, it's always more fun for me. Some people don't like to hear other people's thoughts and opinions. I am not one of those people. I like for people to challenge my thoughts because then I'm able to look at things from a different perspective and fully be aware of possibilities and things like that. So, yeah, discussion, discourse, conversation, all of that. Oh, well, it's not real important anyway, Sonia, because, I wasn't doing any like information about boundaries or anything. It was just a general feeling about how I feel about boundaries and all of that. So if you don't see it, it's no big deal. I'm glad you're here for this. Okay, so let me bring up the transcript and we can get started. I'm going to give you, actually, before I bring up the transcript, I want to give you a little background on who Edmund Kemper is. And so I want to bring up a picture here to share with you. Oops. And you'll have to bear with me because as I'm sharing things, I'm trying to get back into the swing of smooth presentation, but that's not always going to be the case because I have not done this in such a long time. Let me find what I'm looking for here. Nope, that's the transcript. Window, there it is. Okay, so I want to share this picture of who Ed Kemper is, and his name is Edmund Kemper. There have been people who have called him Edward, and that's not his name. Edward is not his name, but his name is Edmund Kemper. I will just be calling him Ed Kemper, as I think that's what he mostly went by. Why is the picture not coming up? Give me just a minute. Let me check here. StreamYard is sharing a window, but I don't see it on the YouTube side yet. Oh, for some reason I wasn't live. There it is. Okay. So, Ed Kemper, as you can see by this picture, was a huge human being. Okay? He was 6'9" at the time of his arrest. Well, he was 6'9" for most of his life. But at the time of his arrest, he was 6'9" and he weighed approximately 300 pounds. The law enforcement officer in this picture here is probably an average sized guy. You know, he's probably 6 foot, 200 pounds or so, 180, 200 pounds. I'm not sure. I'm not good with that kind of thing. I'm a short person. And so to me, everyone is really tall. But yes, Ed Kemper was humongous. And there are a lot of people who called him a gentle giant. I don't necessarily like that moniker for him because clearly he was not gentle. His crimes are horrendous, but there were, I guess, the vibe he gave off to people who knew him in his life was that he was very non-combative. For someone his size who could have used that as an intimidation and everything, he just didn't seem like that kind of person. He was very jovial, nice, all of that. So this is who he was. He was a huge person. And I want to let you know that throughout his lifetime, he is also he murdered 10 people. His most recent, the one that has him in prison at this time, were 8 women who were killed. But even before this spate of time between May of 1972 and April of 1973, before that, as a teenager, when he was 15, and I believe it was 1964, he murdered both of his grandparents. They were his father's parents. As a child at that age, he was sent to live with them on their farm because his mother couldn't handle him at that time. Now, I never, in reading the history, recall hearing that he was doing anything terrible to be sent away. If anyone has more information on that, I'd love to hear that. Either put it in the comments or put it down below, or put it in the chat or down below in the comments, because I've never in his history been able to find that he was like out running the streets or having, sex with girls or robbing places, all the things why children would be sent to live on a farm with their grandparents. He wasn't skipping school that I know of. He wasn't doing the things that kids so often do that gets them placed in another home. So if anyone has any more information on that, please share it. But I'm not aware that there was any of his behaviors that were so terrible that he should have been sent away to live with family. But at the age of 15, as I was saying, he did murder his paternal grandparents and went to a youth services type place, um, and was imprisoned or held there uh, for, I think, until he was 21, and then he was released. Now, when he was released, it was against the judgment of the psychiatrist and things at the hospital where he was. I think it might have been, goodness, I can't remember the name of it. I'm sure we'll come across it as we go through the transcript. I'm sorry, I lost that word. We'll come across all this information again as we go through the transcript, because they do have him go through his history. Wendy, it's so great to see you. Hi, Pepper. I'm glad you made it back. Yes, he was one tall dude, and that in itself would be intimidating. I mean, in this picture, I think it's just striking to think that this law enforcement officer is probably, uh, a pretty tall guy. But Ed was 6'9", and I can't even imagine how tall that is. That's taller than the top of my refrigerator, which I've never seen. So, as a short person, I would probably come up maybe to his armpit, maybe. And that's frightening. So, but yes, Ed had mommy issues, is what they call them these days. And a lot of the violence that he committed, he credits to those issues from his mother. Apparently, his mother was a harsh woman. Well, to him, apparently, the way that he projects how his mother was that she was a harsh woman, that she wasn't fond of him, that she preferred his sisters. He claims that she made him sleep in the basement where it was cold and he was locked in and it was dark and all of that. Hey, Chronic, it's so good to see you. And he claims she did this to protect his sisters from her, or from him. I'm sorry. Now, of course, there was never any interview with his mother to reconcile any of this information. So we're taking his word for it, and the word of some of his family members who did, in some ways, corroborate that his mother was a harsh woman and didn't like men much, things like that. So, yes, I agree with that statement, Wendy. Thank you. So, yeah, that's who he is. He is currently in prison for the murder of 8 women. And his last parole hearing was in 2017. I have that transcript. We're going to go over it. He is up for parole again this year. And when we're done reading this, we'll discuss what we think is going to happen in his next parole hearing, if he even wants one. Because I think 2017 was like the first parole hearing that he said he would go through with. Every time he came up for it before, and anyone who knows differently, please correct me if I'm wrong, but every time he came up for parole before, he was kind of, and this might be a word you hear me use a lot, recalcitrant. He hates authority. He will spite himself to, to kind of stick it to the system. So, okay, now we know what he looks like. We know the history of why he's in prison, and I don't want to get into too many gory details, but if you want to look more into him, there are plenty of gory details to go around, and there are plenty of places where you can get that information. So if you want to dig deeper, I warn you that it is pretty heinous, but it's pretty bad. So I'm going to bring up the transcript now. Like I said, I'll be setting my timer so that it reminds me to look over at the live chat about every 4 or 5 minutes to see if there are any questions about what has been said in the transcript up until that point, and or any thoughts you have about the transcript up until that point. That would be the time to put them in the chat so that you know I'm looking. And let's bring this up here. Okay, let me make sure it comes up. Is it going to come up? There it is. All right. I, for some reason, keep getting behind on the YouTube side. Okay, so I can make it bigger if you need me to. I know probably some of you are watching or listening on a cell phone where it may need to be bigger. However, this is a good size for me because it doesn't run off the edges where I have to scroll sideways as well as scrolling up and down. So if this is okay, this is best for me. Oh, using a temporary phone. I feel bad for you. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, what he did is very awful. Kemper's IQ. Yes, he had a very high IQ. He's a very smart man. But as we're going to see, he's hindered in his intelligence by some of his, how do we put it? His IQ is hindered by some of his quirks, definitely. We're going to see that in some of this. You're going to see that he is very determined, kind of a one-track mind. When he has something that he wants to portray or to get across, maybe, that has something to do with why he was unable to stop himself from committing the crimes that he did. 134 is a nice IQ, Jenny. That is really, here's the thing. Let me just say this, and the average IQ in the United States right now, I believe, has just barely stayed at 100, or at least the last time I knew those stats. So, someone who can break into the triple digits is doing really well. All right. I'll just say that. So yeah, I'm going to set my timer. Let me go over here to my phone and do that. And then we will get started reading this. Timer. Let's set it for 5 minutes. Okay. All right, here we go. I will not be looking at the chat for the next 5 minutes, but I will let you know when I get back there. Okay, my dog's going to start now. Okay, this is the subsequent parole consideration hearing, State of California Board of Parole hearings, in the matter of the life term parole consideration hearing of Edmund Kemper. And he was the third, just in case you're interested in that sort of thing. Okay, the panel present is Cynthia Fritz, the presiding commissioner, Daniel Blake, the deputy commissioner, and others present, of course, are Edmund Kemper, the inmate, Jeffrey Hall, the attorney for the inmate, Celia West, the assistant deputy district attorney, Pat Kemper, victim's family member, Angel Payan, correctional case records manager, Sylvia Nieto, victim's advocate, and 2 correctional officers who were unidentified. No corrections to the decision have been made. The transcript is Kathy Lynn Liadis. We go through the index. We're going to have the proceedings, the case factors, pre-commitment factors, post-commitment factors, the parole plans, closing statements, a recess, a decision, an adjournment, and the transcript certification. A lot of this stuff, like I said, I will just go through quickly. I'm going to try not to tell you who's talking each time, as I feel like most of the time it's going to be obvious who's asking the question and who's giving the answer. But if there's any time where that does not appear to be evident, I will let you know. Okay, so we start with the deputy commissioner saying, okay, we're on the record. The other commissioner, we're on record. The time is 9 a.m. This is for the subsequent parole consideration hearing of Edmund Kemper. Of course, they spell his name, CDC number B52453. Today's date is July 25th, 2017. We're located at the California Medical Facility. Mr. Kemper was received into the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation on November 9th, 1973. So he has been there since 1973. He was taken to the DOC and rehabilitation for the offense of murder, and they give the penal code 8 counts, and the county of commitment is Santa Cruz. This hearing is being tape recorded. We're going to go around the room, put our names on the record. Please give your name, spell your last name. When I get to you, Mr. Kemper, give your CDC number also, starting with myself, Cynthia Fritz, she spells it. Then there's Dan Blake, he spells it. Celia Rowland, she spells it. The presiding commissioner tells Mr. Kemper, "You're supposed to be looking forward, sir." Now, this becomes evident later in the transcript that he is not supposed to be looking over at some of the people who are there. He is only supposed to look forward at the people who are doing the questioning. I think that's probably because they know that he is a little bit manipulative, but, well, I shouldn't say a little bit manipulative. I think they know he is very manipulative. Okay, so Angel Payan, she spells it. Miss Kemper, who is a cousin to Ed, she introduces herself. And he says, do you want me to say she says, do you want me to say my relationship? He says, yes. And she says, the victims were my grandparents. Sylvia Nieto gives hers. Jeffrey Hall gives his. And then Ed Kemper says, Ed Kemper the third, Bravo 52453. He said, the commissioner tells him, has to remind him to spell his last name. So he does. And the commissioner says, thank you. All right. We also have 2 correctional officers present for security purposes only. The commissioner says, would you move the mic? There you go. Perfect. And then asks, did you get all that? I got it, but it was inaudible. Okay. All this is kind of, I'm just trying to breeze through this. So if you want to read it for yourself, that's fine. But none of this really, They swear him in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Kemper says yes. Okay, you can put your hand down. Let's see if you need any accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'll note that you came in a wheelchair. Okay, let me stop my timer here. How do I stop it? There we go. Well, it isn't stopping. There we go. All right, so I'm going to assume there's probably not too many questions or anything yet. About the IQ-PF, yes, that is a sad, sobering thought. The IQ has been going down kind of steadily over the years. So last time I knew the stats, average was just at or right below 100. Okay, so I'm not going to give too much time looking over anything because there's no questions. So we'll just go on. I'll set my timer again for 5 minutes. There we go. Let's keep going here. Okay, so it's intermittent wheelchair use, correct? Do you know what that means? Kemper says yes. Okay, so you can walk, but you use it only on occasion, mostly. And the commissioner says mostly. And have you had a mobility vest too? Do you have that? Kemper says yes. Do you wear the vest? I don't wear it. Oh, you don't wear it. Okay, all right. You're wearing your glasses, so are your glasses working okay? Yes. Can you hear me okay? Yes, ma'am. All right. Are you CCCMS or EOP? I don't know what those mean. I probably should have looked them up. But Kemper says no. So I don't guess that's really important. Have you ever been in the mental health? I think he means like a mental health facility or on the mental health ward. Kemper says yes. He says, when's the last time you were in the mental health? Kemper says, back when I first got here. It's important to note that when Kemper was caught, he had tried to end his subscription to breathing, cut himself pretty deeply, and you will see pictures of him having had bandages. And what I've read and everything is that those were significant. They were not, probably attention seeking. They were very significant wounds. Okay. He says, back when I first got here, are you taking any psychotropic medication? Kemper says no. Any medication for any medical reason? Kemper says a number of them. Okay, so let us know. You're on elderly parole, okay? So this is an elderly parole hearing. So medical issues are, we give special consideration to your age, the amount of time you've been in prison, and any medical issues. So if you can remember any of the medications or medical issues that you have, can you put that on the record? Kemper says, my primary medication is diabetic and it's metformin 850 milligrams 3 times a day. All right, anything else? I take that KOP, which means keep on person. I carry my own medication. There's 2 or 3 different kinds of blood pressure meds, lisinopril, and I can't remember the others. I had a stroke a couple years ago, so that's one of the problems I have. One thing I want to note here is that Kemper says, I take that KOP, which means keep on person. I carry my own medication. I think it's important to Kemper to point out to people how much control he has, especially in this prison environment when most people don't get so much control over things like that. I think this is something that comes up when you're delving into Kemper and his personality and his traits and all of that, that it's important to him that he is in control, and that people know it. Even more importantly than the fact that he has control, he wants everyone to know that he's in control. Okay, so he's had a stroke a couple years ago. Any memory problems if you're aware of it? No. No. Okay. All right. Any other issues because of your stroke? Yes. PBA, pseudobulbar affect, which means I'll burst into laughter or crying inappropriately. It just happens. And actually, this is something, if you don't know what PBA comes from, people with traumatic brain injuries often have pseudobulbar affect. People who've had strokes, anything that has changed the blood flow to the brain, and for no reason or for inappropriate reasons, when they're meant to be finding something funny, they may start crying. They may laugh when something is sad, or there may be no reason. So he's claiming that he has that as well. This timer is about ready to go off. I do not want to burst your eardrums with that. So let me just skip over to the chat real quick and see again if anything is going on. Yes, PBA, and you can look that up if you have any interest in it. But there are medications for it, and I believe some of the medications are helpful. And but he doesn't claim that he is on any of those medications. So, all right, I don't see anything else going on right here. Let's get back to it because we're not really into the guts of this yet. But I hope that once we are, that there will be some questions or comments. He should never be paroled. He was one sick, sadistic man. He was diagnosed with less severe personality trait disturbances. He liked what he was doing. Yeah, Pepper. It was definitely a control thing with him. And actually, coming up in this, we're going to hear some of the results of his psychopathy checklist testing, and the way he feels about that, and the way, all of those things. That's coming up. That's why I'm saying, we're going to get more into the meat of all of this. And I hope you guys will share your thoughts and all of that in the chat as we go along. Right now, I know there's not much that we've gone over that warrants, discussing, but we are going to get into the meat of the matter very soon, hopefully. Okay. Let me go back over here. We're going to set this alarm again to remind me to check. All right. So here we go. He talks about his PBA, and that's the effective. Kemper interrupts and says, nothing to do with emotion, which is not true. And he says, that's an effect of the stroke. Kemper says, yes, damage to the brain. Got it. Anything else? Kemper says, not that I can think of. Okay, all right. So besides the wheelchair, the glasses, I have your TABE score as 12.9. That's the highest you can receive. Now, let me look up real quick what a TABE score is. I should have done that before this. Well, shoot. That didn't bring it up. Really? This doesn't seem like. Oh, all I'm getting is that it's the test of adult basic education. I don't know if that's what it is in their case. This may be a correction specific thing. I'm not sure. Something to do, because it seems like this would have something to do with his medical, because they're bringing it up. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what that score is. It may be something specific to these kind of hearings or to corrections. If anyone has any idea, or if you have more time to look into it than I do right now, please let me know. Any other, you're not wearing the mobility vest, but you said you just don't wear it, right? He says it's hot. Okay, any other accommodations that you need to go forward with the hearing today? Kemper says, not that I can think of. Any other accommodations your client needs to go forward? Kemper's attorney says, I think that's complete. Okay. So, wheelchair, glasses. He's not using the mobility vest. If you need any breaks anytime, let us know. Let's go through your notice of hearing rights. Do you recall receiving your board forms from your correctional counselor, reviewing and signing your forms? Yes. All right. I have that you signed them November 11th. I'm sorry. Strike that May 11th, 2017. Does that sound right? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes or a no? I need something audible for the hearing. Yes. I'm sorry. Okay, that's fine. So let's go through the portion of the forms with you. The purpose of your parole consideration hearing is to determine if you're suitable for parole when you're prior to your minimum eligible parole date. A parole consideration hearing will be held. You have a right to attend the hearing, ask and answer questions, and speak on your own behalf. You're entitled to be represented by an attorney. You may not call any witnesses at your hearing. The district attorney from the county where the offenses were committed will be invited to the hearing to represent the interest of the people. Notice that they blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're going to skip through this. Okay, so he asked him if he wants to go forward with the hearing today. Kemper says, do I want to go forward? He says yes. And Kemper says yes. All right, you're entitled to a hearing by an impartial hearing panel. You're entitled to a copy of the record of the hearing. You're entitled to a copy of the decision. We'll give you the decision today. Any questions regarding your rights? No. All right, have your client's rights been met this far? The attorney says, they have, Commissioner. Thank you. Any preliminary objections? No objections. All right, so let's go through procedures. I think it's been a while since you've been to an actual full hearing, right? Kemper says it has. Let me explain to you how it's going to work today. We break it down into 3 parts. The first part is pre-conviction, or everything that happened before you came to prison. Background information, prior criminality, and then we'll go into the crimes and why you came to prison. From there, we'll move into the second part of the hearing. It's how you've been doing in prison. So we'll go through any upgrades that you've had in education, vocation, work history, and self-help programming. We'll go through your recent risk assessment. We'll also go through the third part of the hearing, which are your parole plans. So if you were given a grant release, where would you live? What would you do? How would you support yourself? Those are the 3 parts of the hearing. Once we've completed this questioning, the 2 panel members, the district attorney, will have the attorney or the opportunity to ask clarifying questions. Your attorney can also ask clarifying questions. Once all the questioning is done, we'll take closing statements, first from the district attorney's office, second from your attorney, and then you can also make closing statements if you want to. Sorry about that. I didn't catch it before it went off. Oh, shush. Okay. So basically they're just telling him how it's going to work and all that. I think it was important to do all this so that you know that they have told him what the limits of what they're going to discuss are, that he knows the order in which they're going to discuss those and all of that. And they ask him, do you have any questions on how it's going to work? And he says no. Now, let me jump back over to... Okay, I'm trying to not get triggered and agree with Pepper and never be paroled. I have intense empathy and compassion. Yes, Chronic, I agree. And you know what? The thing is, and I'll just go ahead and give my thoughts on this. I was going to bring them up later anyway. Hey, Truth, it's good to see you. My thoughts on this are that at this point, I don't think Kemper wants to be released. He's old, he's had a stroke, he's sick, he's in a wheelchair, all of these things. What's in the world for him? Not much. However, because of all those things, because of his medical issues, and because of them being responsible for all of this, as far as paying for his medical treatments and all that, the prison system, which has become basically just a place to make money now that it's mostly private. And I don't know if the prison he's in is private or not, but they're wanting to release him now because now he's more of a hindrance to them financially. And so what you see oftentimes is once people are very old and, infirm, they get paroled because nobody wants to pay for the care of someone with Alzheimer's or dementia or stroke or chronic diabetes or chronic kidney disease where they need dialysis and all of that. So, those are just my thoughts on parole. I don't think at this point he really wants to be paroled. And I think that at this point they're looking for any reason to get him off their financial problem list, Right, Chronic, right. Yes, this is the transcript from Ed Kemper's 2017 parole hearing. He's up for parole again this year, so, we're going to surmise how we think that might go. I need just a little sip of my coffee, and we'll get back into it. It's really good to see you guys in here, though, and participating in this with me. I promise the transcript does get less boring. They just have to, like I said, I think it's important to know what all they said to him so that there's no doubt that he understood the limits of this hearing, the way in which it's going to work, what they expect, and then to see how he reacts to all of that later in the transcript. So, that's why I went over all this. Otherwise, I would have just given you here's the overview. They said they're going to do this and, but because we know at this point that Kemper, number one, likes control and number two, likes to display his control, it all ties in together. He has he has some cousins, and I think one of his sisters may still be alive, Tracy, but I don't think they want anything to do with him. He has, of course, fans who write him letters from other countries and all of that, um, and from this country. And he actually gets into that, and it's and we'll come up on it in this transcript, where he would live, and it's just like so ridiculous that he would even think that that sounds doable. Yep, I think he had two sisters. I think one of them is still alive. I'm not sure on that though. But last time I had gone over what was going on. She was. Now, if she has passed since then, I don't know. Hey, Black Cat Lover. Good to see you. Did you? I watch all the documentaries about all the serial killers. I just find them, and I know it sounds kind of callous to say I find them interesting. I like trying to understand where things went wrong. I don't necessarily like all the gruesome details, but I just find it fascinating that things could go so wrong with a human being. Especially since I know some of the things I've been through in my life. I like to kind of consider where the paths may have diverged that I didn't become, some heinous killer of other human beings. I just want to know how that happens. So, okay, let's get back to the transcript. I would think if he would released, he would go to a rent. Yeah, and some of that's mentioned too, Pepper. I don't know how they would think that there could be any way he could just be released, like to live on his own. At this point, he's a huge man who's in a wheelchair, who's going to need help, who's going to need care. Not that he deserves all that, but as a human being, I suppose, there's some argument to be made that he at least deserves dignity. Not that he gave that to anyone else, but we get into a slippery slope when we start talking about all that stuff because I don't know. Once you've paid your debt to society and done your time, there's supposed to be this notion in America that once you've done that, you're not supposed to continue to be punished past what your sentence was, right? So I don't know, but then morally, it's all a mess. But I probably dealt to a killer. Oh, I'm sure you have. I'm sure we have all, at some point, come across someone who has done these type of things, and because they're living amongst us, they aren't, hiding in the bushes. They're out living lives too. I am not sure exactly what the stipulations of his sentence were. I think life, yes, but I don't know what the parameters of life are now in the state of California. If that's like life means life, because in some places that's it. Other places, life is 30 years. I'm not sure. I would have to look into that. It's like Charles Manson and Jeffrey Dahmer releasing the parole hearing would last 2 minutes. Right, Chronic. And I have some things to say about that too, because these people, when they went into this parole hearing, knew they were not going to parole him. That's my opinion. Now, they'll say they went in there with an open mind and they were going to listen to all the information. But in all honesty, come on. You went into this knowing that he was not going to get paroled. He went into this knowing that he was not going to get paroled. He likes to do it because of the control and the manipulation and get them, to listen to him and dominate the conversation and things like that. And they have to do it because it's the law. But everyone who walked into this knew that he was not going to get paroled. and it becomes obvious. So yeah, let's get back to the transcript. I'm going to set my timer again so I can check back over with you guys in 5 minutes and see what you're saying about all this. All right. They ask him if he has any questions about how it's all going to work, and he says no. Okay, so the hearing's being tape recorded so that you know we have a clear record, so we don't want you to guess to anything. If you don't know an answer, you don't know an answer. If you don't understand a question we're asking you, let us know so we can try and ask it in a different way. We do need audible answers, so we need yes, no, instead of head shakes and uh-huhs and all of that. We'll try not to talk over each other, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Are we clear on all this? Mm-hmm. The very first thing he does after he tells him, or this may be a female, I'm not sure, but the very first thing he does is break the rules. Do you see that? He just told him we need audible yeses or nos. We don't need uh-huhs or head shakes. And the very first thing when he says, are we clear on that? He uses mm-hmm. The commissioner says, I need a yes. Oh, yes, ma'am. Again, this is that recalcitrance that is so often seen with Kemper. He knows that all this is going on record, and he's going to show that he is dominant by breaking every rule, even against his own better interest. Okay. Are you sure we're clear on that? She wants to double check, or he does. So any questions so far? And again, if the hearings cause, because they do get long sometimes, let us know so we can take a break. Any questions on the procedures? And Kemper says no. Did you receive the pack? I'm so sorry. She's talking to the attorney. He says he did receive all the packets. Okay. Any documents you want to submit on behalf of your client? No additional documents. Any questions before we get started? Kemper says no. Okay, so let's get started. The first part of the hearing is everything that happened before you came to prison. So we're going to start off with just a little brief summary of your background. It's a brief summary, just to kind of figure out what was going on in your life before you came to prison. If you think there are things you'd like to add, correct, or clarify what we're saying, let us know. All right. And he says, yes, ma'am. So this is a female. So that's interesting. Okay, so I have that it looks like you came from a family where your parents divorced when you were about 8 or 9. Your mother had some type of mental health problems. She was an abusive alcoholic toward you. And you also routinely would see your parents with multiple stepfathers engaged in domestic violence. You stated that it was instigated by your mother, who started shit with almost everybody, that is what you told the psychologist recently. You were scared and depressed when you watched your mother beat your father, but then it looks like your father was also involved in some violence. At a young age, it looks like you were killing your cats, buried one alive, playing games with your sister like execution chair, gas chamber. Is that right? Are those the types of games you played with your sister? Kemper says, among others. Right. You'd rip up her dolls, decapitate them. Kemper interrupts and says, actually, that was in response to something she did. Okay, but you did it, right? And now this is where we're going to see that domination try to start, because he's been asked a very specific question. You did it, right? And he could have just said yes or no. But he goes into, I made a trip to New York City when I was 10 years old, which she got a bit jealous about. When I came back, I had a Mattel Fanner 50. I don't know if you're familiar with the toy, but it's basically a cap gun, and I got that in New York. And one day she came in my room, picked it up, and seemed to be mad at me. She has since admitted that this happened, and for the reasons that it happened, that she's into theatrics. All right, so your sister's jealous and theatrical. Your mother's abusive. So she took the pistol from where it was sitting. I think, we can see that he just continues on with this, and flung it at me, and it hit my toe, my big toe, and the floor at the same time, and it broke. Not apart, but it broke inside, and it couldn't be fired normally by pulling the trigger. It could only be fanned. When I picked it up, I was calling out for her not to throw it, and I said, "Please don't throw that," and she threw it at me. And it broke, and I picked it up and determined that it was broken. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. Let me check over with the chat real quick. Oh, yes, good Lord. Saint Ratty, I love Mind Hunters, and I was so upset that it did not come back for another season. We were just getting to BTK. Come on. Oh, so upsetting. I still get very angry. Thank you for reminding me of my anger, Ratty. Okay, so any thoughts on this? Are we seeing the domination he's trying to have over this woman, even in his parole hearing? Because the one asking the questions at this time is a female, and we're seeing how he wants to dominate her, how he is almost going to force her to listen to what he has to say, whether it has anything to do with the question she's asking or not. And when we know that he also, was interested in forcing himself on women in other ways, uh, this is almost like a verbal assault upon this woman against her will. Am I wrong here? Can you all see that? And he knows this is his parole hearing. This is his one chance for so many years at making a good impression, and he's not interested. It's the whole, I'm going to show you the worst parts of me, not because, it's necessary, but because I want you to know that I have control here, and even if it does me harm, we're going to do things my way. And that's where I'm saying that some of his quirks kind of became a detriment to his IQ, because he was, an intelligent man, but he was doing himself no service in behaving the way that he was. You don't have to be sorry, Ratty. I need to have a reason to be legitimately angry once in a while, and that is one of my my legitimate reasons for being angry is the cancellation of Mindhunter. How could they do that to me? So, they go over his history here, and how many of us didn't have parents who were divorced when we were 8 or 9, or have, someone with alcoholism in our family who was abusive and all this, and we didn't become serial killers. So this is why it interests me, because I want to know, I want to kind of delve into where did it go wrong? Because so many of us come from homes that were dysfunctional and, with some sort of abuse going on, whether that was substance abuses or physical abuses or, verbal abuses. And, we never even considered going out and hunting for another human being to, do these kind of things too. Let me get a sip of my coffee here and we'll get back into this transcript. Let me set my timer. All right. I'm going back over to the transcript now. Okay, so he says, "Please don't throw that," and then she threw it at him. And it broke, and he picked it up and determined that it was broken, and I chased her out of my bedroom over to her bedroom, went in looking for something of equal value to break, and all I saw in the room basically was her Barbie doll, which was seated on its clothing cabinet. And I snatched it up and I grabbed the head of it and yanked it off and said, "Here, how's this?" And I thought, it pops off. The commissioner says, "Okay, well, and Kemper just continues right over her. "Well, that isn't broken. That's just disabled for a few moments." "Okay, well, all this is just sibling," and he cuts her off again. So I picked up a pair of, and she breaks in on him. Uh, all this stuff is just sibling rivalry stuff. Kemper says, I know. And she says, that happens in every family. And Kemper says, that's all. That's all that was back done. I don't know. So, I mean, the killing of the cats, the burying of cat alive, smothering of a dog is not stuff that people normally do. And Kemper says, well, it got better. The thing with the doll. See, he just completely ignores her wishes of what he needs to move on to and goes right back to the doll. I picked up a pair of shears that she had in there and I cut the hands off. Those couldn't. And she says, we're still talking about the dolls? And Kemper says, the doll, yeah. And anyone who's heard an interview with Kemper also knows that he has quite a flat affect when he's talking, very monotone and very creepy. So if you can imagine this in his voice, if you've heard his voice, this is intimidation. You know, when he is letting her know that he's not even going to let her direct where this conversation is going to go. She's going to do it his way, whether she likes it or not. So he's like, the doll, yeah. Oh, okay, we're going back to that. That couldn't be stuck back on, but I figured it broke her toy in equal fashion to mine, and I threw it down. She got all hysterical about it, and we went on arguing. She says, okay, well, let's move on, all right? Now, he says, yes. All right, so why were you killing animals? And he just says, instead of people. Okay, but why were you killing animals? Again, he says, instead of people. So what? You wanted to kill people, but you killed animals instead? Is that what you're saying? Yes. And at what age? 8, 9, 10, 11. How old were you? Probably 11 or 12. Okay, no other explanation. Well, the cats were treated, it was a cat, one cat at a time. The cat was treated as a family member. It was loved and cared for by all. And one day, she says, wait, we don't need to get into details. No, but to me, he wants to assault her with the details. He knows that she will be disturbed by the details, and that's what he wants. He wants to disturb a female. But he says, yeah. I want to know why. I mean, besides the fact that you said you wanted to kill people, so you killed the animals, do you have any other explanations? It sounds like to me, if they were family members and they were treated nicely, you're probably jealous of them, right? And he says, no. Have you thought about that? And he says, no. Okay, any other explanations that you can give? Not really. Okay, then your parents were divorced. I guess you moved to Montana. You're trying to get back with your father who had a better relationship with you. Sounds like there were some issues there, but at some point you move in with your grandparents. They seem to have treated you well. I was moved in with my grandparents. What happened was it was Christmas time and all the family members went up there to their house for the holiday. My stepbrother didn't go this year, and it turns out he understood why he didn't want to go is because I was going to be left up there. This was his mother telling him not to let me know. They were German, ethnic German, and she told me in German, don't be telling him, and she cuts him off again and she says, okay. And he continues, what's happening? So you start living with your grandparents. Let me stop that timer so it doesn't get in your ears. You start living with your grandparents, but you were left there. You didn't know you were going to be living with them, but did they treat you well? Generally. Okay, and then you killed them both when you were 15. Yes. So why'd you kill your grandparents? That's a complex question for an immediate answer. Well, would you like to answer it? It's up to you. Basically, I had gone to the window where my grandmother was typing and the dog was laying in the shade, my pet dog, Anka. And I went there to get the dog. I was going to go hunting, and I stood there and I started having basically an emotional, I had a moment that I was going through my history with my mother, my grandmother. They were a lot alike. My grandmother and my mother, very assertive, very aggressive, and self-confident. Now, first of all, I want to point out that what he's using as reasons for negative feelings, there's only one thing he says in here that's negative, and that's very aggressive. Assertive and self-confident are not negative traits in people. Assertive means that are willing to look out for your own interests, but you're not against compromising to get what you need so that someone else can have what they need as well. So assertive and self-confident are not negative, but I find it interesting that he finds women being assertive or self-confident as being conducive to being aggressive. I'm sorry for that tangent, but that's something that struck me when going through this. All right, I'm going to pop back over to the chat here and see why. Yeah, I hate the saying hurt people too. I hate that, because if you are aware enough that because you were hurt, you are hurting other people, then you are aware enough to not hurt other people, right? So do we have any thoughts on any of this thus far? You're going to hear me lighting cigarettes and think that I'm chain smoking, but I'm not. Because I'm reading and talking, my cigarette keeps going out. I've been smoking the same cigarette this whole time. Right, he definitely has some issues, Jenny. Get me a sip of that coffee. Does anyone need a break to go refill their coffee or get them a cold beverage? You're into this, huh? Let's go, honey. All right, we'll keep going then. I'm not going to set my timer this time. I'll just, when it comes to a natural stopping point for a minute, I'll stop and I'll check in with you. I trust you guys that you are doing well on this side of the screen. So if I'm on another screen, you can handle what you got going on, right? And I will check in with you again. Here we go. Okay. While I was standing there, not pointing the gun at my grandmother, but it happened to be in my possession under my arm and was held in her general direction. She didn't see it because she was facing away from me, but I started thinking about all the times in the years that I'd been dealing with my mother and my grandmother. The commissioner says, but your grandmother didn't do anything bad to you. I mean, we know your mother was abusive towards you, but I didn't get that impression at all that maybe she had the same types of character as your mother as far as being assertive or aggressive, but she didn't do anything bad to you. And he acknowledges, not really. Okay, and then you shoot her? Huh? Then you shot her? At the end of that period of thinking about, because your mother's saying, because you kept going back to how your mother and your grandmother treated you. Well, your grandmother didn't treat you bad. I'm just trying to figure out no, not generally. And he's meaning that she did not generally treat him bad. But there were moments. So just because, well, okay, so like everybody, right? Yeah. I mean, no one's perfect. And so you just didn't like that she was an assertive, self-confident, aggressive woman. Is that what you're saying? Kind of flew in my face. Well, so what I'm trying to get at here, and we're going to get into it because all your victims are women, except for his grandfather, by the way. You clearly have an issue with your mother. To me, I think it's hatred, but we'll get there. Yeah. Sorry. Oh my goodness, I about choked on my own breath. Lots of reading. All right. I'll try not to choke on my own breath again. Okay. Well, she had placed herself in the position of being my warden. And she said, if you ever want to go live with your father, again, you had better do what I say. You're a 15-year-old kid, okay? Yeah. So that's pretty normal when someone's under the care of someone else. But that wasn't a good idea when you're talking in my who? To you? In my case, I was talking from a position of disturbance. I was trying to share my sense of disturbance with her because it bothered me. Okay. And it bothered her too, and she wasn't familiar with it. And she told me not to bring that up again. Since what do you mean? What are we talking about here? Sense of disturbance. Inner problems I was having. Oh, okay. And coping with other people. Got it. All right. And you killed your grandmother. Any other reason because of you thought she was assertive, aggressive, self-confident woman and she treated you good generally, but there are a couple of times that apparently she didn't. But okay. And that she was trying to, sounds to me like, act like a responsible adult and trying to give you some guidelines. Well, we had a walk-up freezer in my bedroom. It was a 6-foot long lift top freezer. There were 4 half-gallons of my favorite ice cream in the whole world in there, and they stayed in there the whole time I was there. Okay. Now, why did she buy those? She'd heard the story about my mother had brought home a half-gallon of ice cream, put it in the freezer, and I had turned it around, opened it up surreptitiously, and scraped off little bits of ice cream. Why didn't you ask why they were there? Well, I wasn't getting any. A week later, it was hollowed out to where there was just about ½ inch or 3/4 of an inch of ice cream at the top end, and that was the end facing people looking in there. So wait, are you telling me your grandmother was messing with you or something? Is that what you're saying? Well, my mother, I'm saying. Oh, your mother. Pulled the half-gallon out, set it on the table, opened the top, took this big spoon to serve with. Okay, all right, but we're talking about your grandmother. And it fell, right? It fell apart. It caved in and she went off. Okay, we're talking about your grandmother. I'm still trying to figure out. And she realized the deception. All right, so you kill your grandmother, and then why'd you kill your grandfather? Fear. Fear of your grandfather? Yeah. Why'd you fear your grandfather? Well, I'd heard stories about when he was younger. He was a pretty fierce guy. He was an original cowboy. He carried a .45 on his hip. He was a tough guy wrangler. And my father had told me that he backhanded him clear across the kitchen one night when he got, I guess, smart with him. Your grandfather ever hit you? No. No. Okay. I don't know if I'm following this. You killed well, hold on. Yes. I know you're trying to get out what you want to get out, but I have questions that I would like answered, okay? Mm-hmm. So you kill your grandmother first because you just happened to have the shotgun to hunting with your dog. 22. A 22. Okay. And then you immediately kill your grandfather afterward, or what? He wasn't there. He was down shopping in town. So when he got back, did you kill him? Yeah. Immediately? Within a few minutes, yes. Did he even know his wife, that you killed his wife? No. Okay, so but where would there be any? I started trying to tell him. There would be no fear at this point. You didn't even, I mean, if that's what you're trying to, that built up. I was trying to tell him. I couldn't even talk. I was garbled. All right. The words kept coming out in batches of different starts, and he wasn't paying any attention to it. He was getting a little senile. Not totally, responsive to moments. No problems with your grandfather? No. Okay, but he was walking around to the other side of his truck and he was gonna open the passenger side where there was a bag of groceries for me to take in. And I was arguing with myself, trying to figure out what to do. And it became very apparent in just a matter of minutes that there's no way I was gonna tell him what had happened to his wife of 50 years. So it would seem then that you killed them because you wanted to get away with it or something. I mean, because you weren't going to tell him about the death, so then he needed to be killed? I don't get the whole fear thing, because I didn't see that here. So what else can you tell me? I was walking along behind him. I had the 22 in my hand. I tried to raise the barrel up, and I couldn't. How old was he at the time? Was he? How old was he? 72. So he's 72. You're 15. You're what, 6'5" at this point with a something like that. You're 6'5". You have a gun. You have a 22. He's trying to bring groceries in the house. Just gonna open the door so I can get them. Right. So that's why I don't get this fear thing at all because he had no weapon. He had nothing. It was something that was building up. Okay, you feel bad about what you did to your grandparents? Yes. Do you? Yes, I do. Okay, so what would you say to them right now? What would you like to say to them? Well, neither of them knew what happened to them. They were shot in the head, so they went down immediately. So does that make it okay? Does that make it better? Is that what you're saying? They didn't know they were getting killed? I want to know, you shot your grandparents? Yes. Sir, you shot your grandparents who were taking care of you? Yes. They didn't do anything to you for no apparent reason. And basically, I asked you what you would say to them. You murdered both of them, and you basically said they didn't know what was coming. So what? That makes it better? That's very disturbing. No, I'm saying in the reference to your statement that what would you say? You asked what I would say to them. And you'd say, first off, I shot you in the head so you didn't know what was coming. If they were here suddenly, just out of the past, there would be a lot of confusion. For one thing, they wouldn't realize why time had gone by. And she says, okay. And so right here, I want to stop because she's asking very specific questions to him, right? Um, and I don't think anyone who's rational could think that these aren't very specific yet uh, clear questions. You know, if I asked any of you, if you could bring back your grandparent who passed away, what would you say to them? I think right off the top of our heads, we all could think of something we'd say to them, even if it was just down to the obvious of I miss you or I love you. But instead, he won't give her that. He won't answer the question. He has to start saying, well, they're not here. So the first thing they'd be doing is they'd be confused because why had time passed and all of this? I mean, he's really doing his best to show his dominance in this conversation that he's not going to give the parole board what they need, right, to make their decision. Defiant, just defiant. Right, Truth. Right, Tracy. That's what we've all been saying. I think when they went in, they knew it was going to be denied. And I think when they go in this time, the only reason it wouldn't be denied is because he's become too much of a financial burden to the state of California. If they don't deny him this time, that's what it's about. They just need him off their financial responsibilities. No empathy. That's right. Exactly. Yeah, all the mind games. And he really enjoys the mind games because that's another um it the mind games and the manipulation of those mind games, I think, are akin or the closest thing he can get right now to violence against women, especially. I am so sorry I coughed like that in your eyes. I took a breath and I like choked on my own air. I can only assume that it was because, I've been reading so much, but I apologize for that. I always try to mute if I'm going to sneeze or cough or something. I need a sip of my coffee again. Take just a little break for a minute. And this is a very long transcript. I think we're on what page? We're on page 31 of 157. But a lot of it, as we get into it, like I said, we can skip over because it's just filler. But I think the interaction between here, this is interesting. Would the people in here right now let me know? Put a one in the chat if you're listening and you're able to. Um, if you want to do this whole thing in one sitting, the whole transcript in one sitting, or if you would like to break it up into like two. We could come back and do the rest of it maybe this evening or tomorrow. Okay, so Jenny, you want to do it in one sitting. That's fine. I'm willing to do it in one sitting if that's what everyone would like. I just know that, it's Sunday and people have other things to do and all that. PF wants to do it in one sitting. Great. Black Cat, wonderful. Thank you for letting me know, because I start thinking, I might be taking up too much of people's time and they have things they need to do and all of that. Terry Lynn, Pepper both say in one sitting. Great. We will do this in one sitting. It's unanimous. I only have a quilt to finish. I like this. Well, and quilting is something maybe that you can do while you listen too. Just occasionally type in the side chat. Let me know you're still there. Let me know if you have a thought or anything like that. But I'm willing to do the whole thing in one session. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be difficult for anyone to participate. But if I have, I'll finish. Okay, PF, great. I just will keep going then. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was okay with that. You're going to go have lunch. Oh, how wonderful. I love lunch. It's one of my top 3 meals of the day. Yep. All right, so I'm just going to take a moment of a break. I'm going to mute for 1 second. Give me 2 minutes to go refill my coffee, and I will be right back. And that gives me a little bit of a moment to rest my voice, and we will get right back into it. 2 minutes, promise. It is 11:17. I will be back. Let me say 11:20. Give me to 11:20. 3-minute break. I will be right back. Whew. I made it back just under the time limit. I am such a stickler for times, you guys. Like, honestly, one of my biggest pet peeves is when someone says that they're going to start a stream at a certain time and you're sitting there 20 minutes later still waiting. Or you go into the stream and nothing happens for so. It just, I hate to take breaks and like keep people waiting in silence or whatever, but if I give someone a time limit, I really do try to stick to it. It's been one of my biggest pet peeves in life are late people. I am a chronically early person. If I have an appointment with someone at 11 o'clock, I will be sitting in the parking lot by 10:30. It's just the way I've been my whole life. So, one of my biggest pet peeves is that. And I don't know if it boils down to a respect thing, like, we all have things we need to do, so please respect my time and I'll respect yours. But yeah, you're the same? Yeah, everyone's always like, "Why are you leaving so early? Your appointment's not till 11." I'm like, "Yeah, but you don't understand because if my appointment's at 11, I need to be prepared to walk in that door at 10:30." And I'll sit in the parking lot for 10 or 15 minutes, but then I'm always where I need to be at least, inside the building 15 minutes early. Right, and occasionally, I do have to stop and, like, figure out how to bring something up or real quick Google something that I forgot to look into before, but I try to keep those to a minimum because I know that it is, like, an honor for me to have you here in my chat, okay? There are a lot of other places you could be, so I'm gonna respect your time and treat it, treat it the way it needs to be treated, um and I kind of expect the same from other people. I know that I can be a little bit of a time, um, I can't think of a better term. I hate to use this word, but a time Nazi. I'm just very particular about that. Right, you might need gas or have a flat tire, or there might be an accident that holds you up for a couple minutes. I'm not one of those people who is chronically late. I'm just not. Um, Which is what okay, I'm gonna go off on a little tangent here before we get right back into this. But if I go to see a doctor or to an appointment of any kind, and they say 11 o'clock, and I am there, doing my part early, and I sign in, and 11 o'clock comes and goes, and it's gotten to be 11:30, and I'm still sitting there, I get very angry. Now, I'm not gonna go cause a scene or anything, but internally, I'm angry because listen, just because you're a doctor does not mean that your time is more important than mine. And this could all be, kind of mitigated if they would send a nurse out to say, "Listen, the doctor's running behind. I know your appointment was at 11. Please forgive us. We are trying to get you in as soon as we could." That simple thing, that simple statement right there would make everything better because it would let you know that they understand that you're serious about your time management and, um, that they're doing their best to honor and respect your time. Oh, I'll say something, but I'm not gonna cause a scene. I've seen these videos, I'm sure we all have, of the people who, like, really just cause a scene and a stink and a fuss. Um, but yeah, you know, just because they're a doctor does not mean that their time is any more valuable than mine. And all that would have to be done is just for them to send someone out to the waiting room to say, "I'm so sorry. He's running behind right now. We're doing our best to get you in there. Please understand that this is not intentional. Thank you for being here on time, and thank you for continuing to wait." Right. You have Pepper, we have a problem with the same things apparently, because I do not do condescension well either. Okay, so we got our little break in because some of this stuff gets heavy. We got our little break in. Let's get back to the transcript. We're going to get all this done in one sitting. And I so appreciate you guys being here and continuing to chat in the side chat and let me know that you're still here. Even if you got to, like, PF has to go to lunch, I hope you really enjoy your lunch. And when you get back, if you feel like it, just check in with us. We'll probably still be here. Let us know how your lunch was. We want to know. Uh, you know, I appreciate it so much. Okay, back to this. Where were we? Okay, so he says there'd be so much confusion. For one thing, they wouldn't realize why time had gone by. And the commissioner just says, okay, they didn't even know what happened to them. Okay, all right. Then you go to Ash, right? No, I went to Youth Authority. I'm assuming Ash must be the facility that she thought they sent him to. But he corrects her and he says he went to youth authority. Yeah, you went to youth authority, but then you went to Ash. I mean, you were committed to Ash. The youth authority, and I was processed through Perkins, California. Okay, it's a northern reception center. No, I get it. I'm trying to move forward. You ended up in Ash. Over where I know, but we're moving past something that was salient. Oh, okay. Well, tell me what that is. uh, I can just imagine uh, this woman and her level of frustration at this point. But she has, they have to keep a professional demeanor. Uh, Kudos to her for doing so. I had a youth authority number. I went through normal processing like everybody else. When I went to the board member said, "You don't even sit down," he says. "We can't even talk to you." And I look at him with confusion and he said, "Don't take a seat." And basically he told me I wasn't even supposed to be there because mental issues had been brought up at my trial by a psychiatrist hired by the judge, not by me. Okay, I don't know how. He said I was mentally ill and I needed treatment, not punishment. Well, right, that's why you ended up at Ash. No, the judge mocked at that and sent me youth authority anyway. Okay. I wasn't aware of it at the time, but shortly thereafter, that was illegal. He wasn't even allowed to do that, but he did it anyway because Madera County, as it turns out, is a hang 'em high county. They do what they want to do. We don't need to go into all this stuff, sir. What's salient about this whole thing? Just tell me. Get to the bottom line here, because I'm trying to move forward. I was sent back to Madera County for further processing and rejected by the youth authority. They left my case open, but they sent me back to Madeira, and the judge kind of had a fit. But we don't need to get into all this, okay? I'm just saying, if there's something salient, which I haven't found yet, what is it besides you complaining about the treatment that you had way back in the 70s, and it's 2017? Bottom line is, you eventually ended up at Ash, correct? Yes. Okay, for mental health, correct or not? Were you there for mental health issues? Do you know? And he says, in pure Kemper fashion, theoretically. Do you think that you had a mental health problem? Yes. Okay, is there anything that you think was important about what you were just describing that you add to the story? Well, there always is, but I think you'd be saying I'm holding things up again. So, okay. So you're at Ash, and then actually, from what I read, and maybe I have this wrong, the psychologist, actually, their opinion was you should have stayed there, but somehow you ended up getting released. Do you think you should have been released from Ash? I wasn't released from Ash. I left there in chains. Now, I'm not sure what that means, because if you're leaving there, whether it's in chains or not, you're being released, right? So, again, the muddying of the waters to continue to remain dominant in the conversation. She says, okay, 4 years and 6 months after I got there. Right. Because the county judge said I had a hold on me and I could not be released by a Atascadero. So the psychiatrist asked me, what did I want to do at this point? Would I want to stay for treatment or go back and face the music? I'm so sorry. I had to cough and clear my throat. Okay, back to it. The psychologist asked you that. They gave you the choice. Psychiatrist. So he has to correct her. Not only does he have to correct her, but he corrects her after she asks him a question about, how much control he really had in this situation. She says, psychiatrist, okay. He was the head man of the unit. And I said, well, you've given me therapy and you're saying that I'm ready for a minimum security hospital in a program there. So I think I'll go back and face up to whatever they got. but he was under the misapprehension that I was going back for trial as an adult. Okay, so I knew that I had been tried as a 15-year-old as a juvenile in juvenile court. It was a one-day trial. Do you think you should have been released from Ash? That's my question that I want you to answer now. No, I was being transferred. So he's still saying he's not going to answer her question, because even if she can answer a direct or ask a direct question, he has to change it to something else. So she's asking, do you think you should have been released at that time from the facility? And he's saying, I wasn't being released. I was being transferred, which, okay, you have a point, but that's not the question. I know what happened, but do you personally think you should have been released? That wasn't the issue at the time. That wasn't what I came up for. I understand that, sir. Do you think you should have been released from Ash? Do you think CDCR made a mistake in releasing you? I went back to youth authority. Okay, so you just don't want to answer the question. Okay. No, I went back to youth authority, but you're not answering the question. That's okay. I wasn't up for release. You don't need to answer it. I wasn't up for release. Okay, the issue is, let's move on. It's okay. You don't need to answer the questions. It's up to you. All right, so you're out for a few years, I guess, and then went on a crime spree where you ended up killing, what, 8 people? 6 were strangers, correct? Yeah. Mostly college students, I think 1 high school student, all women hitchhikers. I guess you lured them in, ended up killing them, dismembering them. According to this, you had sex with them after they were dismembered or died. And I'm just wondering why you did that. So now, she's not asking for graphic details. She's not asking anything except, why did you do this? And he says, at the time it was frustration. Over what? That I couldn't do anything with them while they were alive. What do you mean you couldn't do anything with them when they were alive? Well, the first 2, do you know, when we got into quite an argument, do you know their names? Yes. What are their names? Now, I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce these names right, but I'm going to give it my best shot. I've heard the names many times, but they haven't been committed to memory of how they were. So I apologize if I mispronounce them. He says, Marianne Pesci and Anita Lucchesa. Okay. They were hitchhiking together. They were roommates at Fresno State. They were in Berkeley hitchhiking, going to Stanford on their way back to Fresno. And when I pulled my gun out, when I had them in a quiet place, they asked me what I was going to do. And I said, what do you think I'm going to do? I was referring to sex. They were thinking they didn't want to be thinking death, so I wasn't encouraging that at all. And when they refused to be involved with me sexually, I stated that it could get worse. You could die today. You can end up getting dumped in the ditch. Is that what you want? And they were arguing against rape. Naturally, that didn't happen. Also, I didn't shoot them. I had a 9mm automatic, and I didn't use it other than for gesturing. So instead, you did what? Reached in my pocket and pulled a knife out. Okay, so it made it better? What, that you didn't rape them and you didn't shoot? Instead, you took a knife, and I wish I hadn't, because, I didn't have any experience with such things. And the only experience I had was theatrical stuff on television. When somebody gets stuck with a knife, they fall over dead for theatrical purposes. That doesn't happen in real life. So you took the more personal approach of using a knife. Why do you do that? Again, so she's asking a direct question. Why did he do it? Not how did you do it, all of that. Well, I thought it was going to be quick. Well, the whole story doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because what? At this point, you're 6'9", right? Yeah. You're this huge guy. You have a gun. You could have easily forced rape. Neither one of them were impressed with the gun. So, then you take out a knife and you're saying you thought they would just die. Okay, and then why? Why did you dismember them? Not immediately, no. It was later on. But you did it, and so why'd you do that? I didn't dismember them. I cut their heads off. And again, this is another distinction that he finds important to make, which, maybe once would be okay, that he wants her to know that he didn't dismember them, he decapitated them. And maybe she uses those terms, interchangeably, but for some reason it's important to her that or to him, that the distinction be made. I think that's more for graphic purposes, um, that he wants her to get this graphic of, I didn't dismember them, I decapitated them. And he even uses the, cut their heads off. Okay, all right, so you beheaded them. Yes. Or dismembered them. It just depends on how you want to say it. But you did it, and I want to know why. They're both beautiful, but after I got done with the knife, they weren't. They were bloody. I mean, they were covered in blood. And she's trying to nip this in the bud. She doesn't want graphic details. She wants to know why. So she says, okay. It was messy, and once I got into it, I got sucked in deeper and deeper. It didn't go away. So something had to be dealt with. Again, I'm going to redirect you again because I'm still waiting for the answer on why you beheaded them. And I took their heads up to my apartment. I cleaned them up. I cleaned their hair out and posed them as they would have as they were 2 hours earlier. For what reason? To look at. Why? I was a nut. I wasn't able to do anything more than that. Well, okay. I think that's kind of a poor choice of words, but okay. So they were your trophies. That's why you treated them like objects. Yeah. Why is that? Because that's what your whole history is treating women like objects. So I'm kind of, and he says yes, wondering why. Huh? Why? Where'd that come from? My limited exposure to women at that time. Well, I had never been on a date, and I'm suddenly paroled by the youth authority. But there's plenty of people that are not experienced with dating and things like that, and they don't go on a crime spree and, killing. Atascadero intended that I go on dates and, work my way out into society. But you're not hearing me, sir. You're not hearing me. There are plenty of people that were similar as far as abused families or abusive mothers and, not involved. And he, for some reason, breaks in with highly erotic, you. Well, wait, don't interrupt me. And, not experienced with women and stuff. And they don't go out and kill 6 women and then dismember them. And what? You had sex with the corpses? That's what I read. Is that right? And he says occasionally. And so what's that all about? Frustration. That's your reason for 6 murders. Well, it grew to that number. It didn't start out that way. Well, of course, but what's your reasoning that you were frustrated and not able to treat them more normally? So instead of treating them more normally, you killed them, dismembered them, and had sex with them when they were dead. I dismembered 2 of them because I had a broken arm. I had a motorcycle and I shattered my left arm. It was in a cast all the way to my shoulder, so I couldn't carry them normally, so I had to be very careful how I treated them. The first 2, you cut off their heads and then you displayed them in your house. All right, okay, so you don't like that being called dismembered. We'll call it beheaded. Partial dismemberment. So he's gonna, look at him being the bigger person here. He's gonna cooperate with her on this, and let's just call it partial dismemberment. He's gonna work through this with her. Whatever, dude. You are a sick man. Oh my gosh. Partially. All right. I guess semantics are important to you. But there was some very thorough dismemberment too. That's almost like, throwing that in there that he's proud of it. Oh, I know. All right. And then you're saying because you had a broken arm, you couldn't carry them correctly, so you had to dismember them? Is that really what you're telling me? I couldn't safely carry them from my car to the house or my house to the car. Did you enjoy dismembering them? No. But you did it with almost every single one at some either partially or beheaded or however you want to describe it, right? Yes. So sometimes you had the broken arm, sometimes you didn't, because this was over a period of a year and a half or more. So then there is no reasoning for any of the others unless you just enjoyed doing it or unless you have another explanation for me. And he says, well, you're oversimplifying, I think. Well, I've been trying to get the answers from you, but I'm only getting frustration. So if you want to get into more different explanation, I'd like to hear it. Well, there's embarrassment now too in this whole thing. It's very embarrassing memory. It's not a pleasant memory. It hasn't been for years. I've had years and years of therapy, 12 years of therapy here in prison, and it's a very involved explanation. Nothing explains away, right? Well, let's hear it. Nothing like explains away, but it's not a simple answer on the head of a pin. You know, bing, here's your answer. Well, just tell me. Besides just telling me that it's not simple, tell me then what it is. Very complex problem. Okay, you keep saying that, but I just want to hear it. Like, okay, we get it. It's complex. I think we get it. So let's hear it. Well, some of the issues are not available to me right now because I've gotten frustrated. You've gotten frustrated right now. Yeah. Okay. One thing I've not ever had a problem with is people throwing, how did you do it? Or what did you do? And run it down to me in one sentence, Well, I'm not asking for a one sentence answer. Okay, so here it changes because now she's giving him the leeway to go on to a more pervasive answer session than just yes or no. She's saying, okay, so you want to do this now? You want to go into all of the details of this? Okay, go ahead. Tell me, share. And now he's closing off, you see, because he has to flip this on her once again. She is not going to be in control or dominate this conversation. So before, where he was freely offering up all these other details that had nothing to do what she wanted to know, which were simple yes or no answers or succinct, why did you do this? Now she's giving him her permission, the leeway to go on tangents. And now he shuts that down. He's not going to do it. It's very complex. And it's almost in a condescending manner where he's saying, it's so complex that if I even went into it, someone the likes of you could not possibly understand. Okay, so I'm going to break there for 1 second. I'm going to go back over to the chat here and see what we are doing. Let's see, I got to go back. I'm always eager because you never know, you might need guests, blah, blah, blah. I already got that. Yeah. I'm glad, Pepper. You think I have a soothing voice, except when I'm coughing and hacking and choking myself, PF. No scene unless they're condescending, right? I don't think I could do it. He's not mentally ill. He's evil. Yes, there's some arguments to be made for that. Hey, happy. Good to see you. I'm sorry I didn't say hello earlier. I have been reading a transcript, so I was on another screen. I check in with the chat every 5 or so minutes, or at a natural stopping point. It's good to see you in here. Saying he's mentally ill is like saying he's fixable. You can't fix or cure evil. That darn heart there always cuts off a word in the sentence and makes it difficult. I like that the reaction thing is there because it's another way of having people interact. But yeah, it makes it difficult to read the chat. You're listening? Okay. Well, we are going through the full transcript of Ed Kemper's 2017 parole hearing. He is up for parole again this year. Hopefully, if he does do a parole hearing, we'll be able to get our hands on the transcript of that too and maybe go over it. I'd like to start doing more of these transcripts of court hearings and kind of giving an analysis of them and getting other people's opinions and thoughts. But yes, I think saying he's mentally ill is like saying, in some way we can treat you. And I don't think there is any treatment for the psychological uh, dysfunctions that he has. I think psychological dysfunction or psychological um, issues are the same as mental illness. Mental illness can be treated in most cases. Psychological dysfunction generally permeates into the personality of a person and becomes who they are. And what we know about that is that in general, once something has become a part of your psyche and has become a part of your personality, a part of who you are at the core of your being, that just is what it is. Now, can therapy help you to reroute and remaneuver some of the ways of thinking and all of that? Probably, but you have to want that. And so many people who have these dysfunctions in their personality traits and their personality and the core of who they are don't see it as a problem. And so why would you go get help for something that you don't see as a problem? Why would I take my toaster in to have it fixed if it's not broken, right? I just wouldn't. Why would I take my car into the shop and say, fix it if there's nothing wrong with it? And so if you don't think anything's wrong with you, of course you aren't out seeking solutions to something that you don't think is a problem. Yeah, at this point, therapy would not probably be helpful to him either because he can't think outside his own needs for domination and all of that. Yeah. I think therapy for him is just an opportunity to uh, traumatize more people by proxy. He definitely is one of those people who wants to tell you about all the graphic details. I think therapy for him is probably a boasting session, a flex, and like I said, the opportunity to victimize people by proxy. So those are just my thoughts. I mean, I've said before, those are my thoughts and opinions. I don't know that everyone is aware, but I have worked in mental health. I do have a master's degree in psychology. So I'm familiar with a lot of this stuff, but other people in psychology and things may have different opinions, and they may be right and I may be wrong because I've never sat with Ed Kemper and actually, I've everything I know of him is secondhand. So, okay, let's get back to this. But do you see what he's doing now where he's shutting her down? She's giving him the opportunity now to go on tangents. And he's almost condescending and saying that it's just very complex. Certainly someone of the likes of you couldn't understand it. And now that he has her permission to expand or expound on what he's talking about, no, he is not going to give her that. I believe so too. Happy, happy, happy. Now, I don't believe that he may offend again in the manner that he did back in the 70s or in the 60s because he's a much older man. He's not as physically capable. He is bound to a wheelchair. He has had a stroke. He's not the physical, intimidating person that he used to be. But would he still continue to violate people? Yes. Would it be illegal? Yes, it would be criminal because that's who he is. And we come up on that here soon where they're talking about his uh, psychopathy checklist results. It's a test that they give to people who to see how psychopathic you are. And it's called the PCLR, I believe. Let me make sure that I have that right. Yes, the PCLR. It's the psychopathy checklist, and the average or the a normal person. I don't like to use terms like normal because what is normal? But the average person, it's a scale between 1 and 26, and an average person would probably score low on that, up to a 6, okay? Um, Most people who are criminals but aren't necessarily sociopaths or psychopaths, they're going to have probably a score in the mid range, which would be like up to maybe 20 or 21, something like that. And then someone who is extremely psychopathic and a criminal and does psychopathic illegal things, of course, would be like 22 up to 26. And he scores in the high end of that. Now, because he was um, in a mental health facility at a younger age, at the age of 15 when he went there, and he was kept there till he was 21, he made himself quite wise to the ways of psychological testing and things like that. So I would say he would probably max out on this test if he were not being manipulative. Um, but because he knows how to manipulate a lot of that stuff, uh, I think we're not ever going to get an accurate reading on him. Okay, he's a wacko. I agree. He enjoys the attention and power. He feels toying with words. And yes, 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 yes. He definitely, I would believe that he has a diagnosis, I would think, of antisocial personality disorder, where he has absolutely no respect for any kind of authority, and he will actually fly in the face of anyone who tries to exert any authority, even to his own demise. You know, at 75, the likelihood of any change is improbable in the best of scenarios. Right. And I think during this hearing, he's 68. So let's see, 68, 2, and then 5. Yeah, he's going to be 75 this year. So he'll be 75 if he comes up for when he, if he decides to take the opportunity for parole this year. Okay, let me get a sip of my coffee and we will get back into this. I'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. So she says, I'm not asking for a one sentence answer. And he says, no, I'm just asking for something besides a word answer. Frustration. No. And some issues are not available to me right now because I'm getting frustrated. But I'm just thinking to myself, this is what I'm thinking. You've been here for how many years? And he says, over 40. Okay, so you've had a long time to think about why you've killed all these people. You've been to tons of therapy. If you actually wanted to think about it and not be embarrassed by it and having no pleasure in it, I'm sure the victims would think otherwise, but you've been here for almost 40 years. You've been through tons of therapy, and this is what I'm getting, that some of the issues aren't available right now because I'm frustrated, and it was because of frustration and embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. No, I said it's an embarrassing issue. Okay. It's an embarrassing memory. I think, again, a different choice of words is perhaps something that should be used. But anyway, there's no simple explanation, he says. We know. And you keep saying that. So I'm going to ask you one more time, and then we're just going to move on because you keep saying there's no simple explanation. So I'm waiting to hear this complex explanation. I know you're capable of it. I mean, you don't have any, as far as you don't have any intellectual issues that would hinder you from being able to get through this process to explain why you did this. Just one more time, and then I'm not going to keep pressing you on it because, like I said, you don't have to answer questions if you don't want to. But you keep saying it's more, it's not simple, but then what is it? I explained it in years past a lot. Okay, but it's a new hearing. It's still embarrassing. It's still diminishing of my manhood. I'm not much of a man for having done things like that to people who are innocent and just looking for a ride. Okay. And then you what? Kill your mother and her friend? Yes. And so what was that all about? I love that. I can almost picture this woman who's asking these questions. She's like, okay, so then you kill your mother and her friend? And he says yes. And she's like, okay, so what was that all about? Was it just a bad day? Were you frustrated again? She's clearly had enough of him, and I don't blame her. He says, my mother, I went to Mary Ann Pessy's grave, and I made an oath to her that my mother and I were going to pay for what happened to her. So if we remember back when he mentioned Mary Ann Pessy's name before, she was one of the first 2 women that he killed, that was with another woman, and he went into all that. So he's saying now that he went to her grave, which isn't uncommon for serial killers to do, or for killers to do. It's almost, in his case, probably just a boast that, hey, here I'm standing at your grave, that even after she's passed and he's had the ultimate domination over her, now he's going to stand at her grave. That is just chilling. But he's saying that he made an oath to her that his mother and he were going to pay for what happened to her, as though he's removed himself from the idea that the whole reason she has a grave is because of him, just for what happened to her, not for, well, we were gonna pay for what I did to her. No, these things just happened to her, right? Okay. So you blame your mother for your murder. I blamed her for a role in it. Why? What's your mother have to do with your actions? She played a role in the decisions I made earlier in life. For her, it's expediency or frustration or humor or whatever motivated her at the time. Sometimes it was alcoholic and sometimes it was sober as hell. But I knew that as long as she lived, I wasn't going to stop doing that to other people, to strangers, because that I could get away with it. Or because that I could get away with. Okay, so that I don't know. I'm sorry, you could get away with killing strangers? Yeah, that was not linking back to me. Got it. Okay, all right. And every time I got mad at her, I went out and got in my car, went driving around, found someone to pick up, took them off somewhere quiet and blew them away with a .22. Or stabbed them, right? No. I stopped that very early on. I did that for the first 2. Okay. To the third girl, Aiko Ku, I smothered her. And you call her girl. What? She was a college student, right? No, she was a high school student. High school. Okay. She was pretending to be at university at Berkeley. She was hitchhiking in front of Berkeley and pretending to be 18, 19 years old. And I mistook her for that. I wouldn't have killed a high school girl. So again, it's not his fault that she died. It's her fault that she died. Because had she only been honest that she was in high school, according to him, she would still be alive. I don't believe that for a minute. But again, we have to hear how it's someone else's fault that Kemper was killing people. All right, so all of these were precipitated on having some type of argument with your mother. So the point I think that you're trying to tell me is that you needed to kill your mother so you would stop killing other people. Is that what you're saying? Or kill myself. And for some reason, the frustration that I had lived earlier in life didn't allow me to simplify by killing myself. Well, I made the effort. When you have a narcissistic personality, sir, narcissists don't usually kill themselves. Do you know what that means? And he says, generally. You think you're a narcissist? And he says, no. And any narcissist you ask, do you think you're a narcissist? Is going to say no. No, you don't think so. No, one of my therapists since then, someone I had for 5 years one-on-one, said it was a toss-up between that and another type of disease that I can't recall. It was a complicated name. And then finally he said it wasn't the narcissist one. It was the other. Okay, but some kind of psychosis. But other psychologists may have said that you have a narcissistic personality trait. So I guess there's one that when you see someone one time, I mean, they can get images. But all the psychologists, all the different psychologists that have come to the same conclusion, they're all wrong. They cited other people before them. Okay. All right. So that, I guess, the explanation for killing your mother. Why'd you kill her friend? Her friend, her lover. It sounds really dumb saying it this way, but my mother had her only vacation, and it was a big one. And she went to Europe, 2 weeks in England and 2 weeks in France. And she was supposed to do it with this woman, Sally Hallett. They planned on it all summer long or spring long and made serious plans. And her friend Sally, in fact, got mad at her when she over iterated that, be sure and let me know if you're going to change your mind or if you're not going to be involved. And she said, of course I am. Quit asking me that. Then at the last minute, this is a non-refundable down payment of $600 that has to be paid by each party. And Sunday night was the deadline for that $600 deposit. And my mother was frantically calling Sally all weekend trying to get a hold of her. She couldn't reach her even though she was local. So finally she went ahead and made the decision to mail the deposit. Okay, on Sunday night, you've really gone way on Monday morning. Hold on, wait a second. What does this have to do with the killing of her friend? Let's focus. Revenge. Okay, got it. So revenge for what? Ruining my mother's holiday. Oh, okay. Her vacation. She came Monday. She found out that Sally had changed her mind and then made herself unavailable. So she had to go by herself, and she went over to Europe. She spent this vacation time by herself, going to places and seeing things by herself when she had intended to do this with the other woman. And when she got back, she tried sharing those vacation moments with Sally. And Sally got very loud with her and rude and told her, I don't want to hear about that. I didn't even go on that vacation. Why are you bringing this up? So that cut off that release. So here I am at the house having heard this from my mother, and she's frustrated, and I said I'd like to know. I'd like you to share with me. So she went and got all her travel logs and the papers and stuff from the places that she went, and she started systematically sharing this stuff with me. And then all of a sudden she stops and she looks at me in this strange way, and she said, I'm not going to let you pity me. And she just walked away from the whole thing. And I said, hey, I wanted to hear this stuff. Okay, so what I did, I said to myself, now wait, you're interrupting me again, okay? You said it was revenge for your mother's vacation. I get that. But I get the impression you hated your mother. That's why you killed all these people. And he says, off and on. And so that I loved my mother, but I also had a lot of hatred for her too. So then why would you revenge your mother's vacation by killing the friend I had told myself that if my mother ever dies over this stuff that I did, she's going with her. That's one trip she's not going to miss. She's not going to back off on that one. Okay. I swore an oath to it. I was angry at the time. All right. I haven't sworn many oaths in my life, and everyone that I have sworn I followed through with. Did you have sex with any of the victims before they were killed? No. Well, you did. Well, that's what it says. No. No? Not the victims. No. Okay, and I don't know if I ever got the answer as to why you had sex with some of the victims after they were killed. They were beautiful women. But they were dead. That's true. Did you have sex with your mom after you bludgeoned her with the hammer? No. No, I thought I read that somewhere too. I said something to that effect at my trial, but that was a choice of moments and words. Why do you use a hammer? Because you said you used the knives in the beginning. It was too messy for you. Started using the gun, then you used a hammer. And that made it very quick. I'm sorry. Using the gun, the 22 pistol, became very quick. Okay, so then why did you use a hammer to kill your mother? That was a childhood fantasy. To kill your mother with a hammer? To bludgeon her with a hammer. One time to hit her with a hammer and incapacitate her and then cut her throat. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there because it's getting a little heavy and I just need a moment. Again, I don't want to be right, truth. He was allowed to do a lot of bantering for a parole hearing. But again, we're seeing this push and pull of you have my permission to engage in extraneous information, and let's keep it to the simple facts. And when she gives a little, he closes up. And when she wants to stick to the topic, boy, he is just a fountain of extraneous details, isn't he? He just cannot say enough when he's not supposed to. Okay, get a cup of coffee. I'm going to take just a moment here, wet my whistle with some coffee, all of that. See if anyone has any thoughts they want to share. What page are we up to now? Ooh, we are clear at page 56 of 157. So we only have 100 more pages to go. But in all honesty, all 100 pages of that we won't have to go over, because it does get to a point where some of that is, just superfluous in nature, and we won't read over all of that. Let me know when you're back from your cup of coffee. Everyone, let me know if you're ready to move on. I am just going to sit here for a second, rest my throat, have a couple sips of coffee, and see if anyone has any thoughts we want to talk about before I get right back to it. Also, let me know if you're listening on replay or if you're in here right now and you would like to go over more transcripts of different hearings for different serial killers mostly. Let me know if that's something you are interested in, something that you will feel like discussing. I would like it to be an active thing to do. I don't mind doing it for people to rewatch, but if you rewatch, leave me a comment. It definitely gives me the incentive to continue doing this, because like I said, if I just wanted to know what I thought about it, I can do that just by reading these things by myself. I enjoy the interaction with other people, the thoughts of other people, and all of that. And so if I'm going to do this, I'd like to know that I'm hearing more than my own opinion. So Veruca says she's ready when I am. Jenny is back. You're very interested in this kind of thing. Great. Great, great, great. Okay, let's get back to it then. All right. So he's saying that it was his childhood fantasy to incapacitate her with the hammer, and then he wanted to cut her throat. The commissioner says, okay. And he says, that was a fantasy from when I was 8 years old and locked in the basement. And I used to sneak up in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. And I went through the ritual, but I didn't follow through with the act. I guess she thought you were going to harm your sister, so that was why she put you in the basement. That's what I read. And he says, no. And she says, no. That was a solution for my older sister sneaking out, which this makes no sense. How would the solution to his older sister sneaking out be putting him in the basement? I don't know, but he's going to tell us, okay? She was 5 years my senior. She was 13 at the time, and she was caught at a teenage hangout along with another woman's son. And the other woman told her, oh, by the way, your daughter Sue was there too. And she called Sue up and had this little conversation with her, doing homework and stuff like that, and let her get herself deep, and then said, I know that you were at the Dutch Maid. Well, you still have a lot of frustration towards your family, your mother, your sisters, because it comes out in your testimony, which is surprising after all this time. but you still feel like you got short shifted or something because it comes out. You have a lot of issues related to that. And he says, I got put in the basement when I was scared to death of the dark. That was my fear. Okay, any questions? So now we have a different commissioner asking this question. I've developed some questions. Thank you. Mr. Kemper, do you think you've ever had, well, one could call a normal relationship with a woman? And he says, I've had several. Okay, where? And he says, but not necessarily sexual. Okay, I mean friendships or professional. But I have had sexual relationships with women also. And they say, have you? And he says, on the streets. Okay. And ironically, what does some of them were at assistants and the provost up at UCSC. UCSC, University of California, what, Santa Clara, maybe? I don't know. I don't recall, but this is the university that his mother worked at. His mother worked there for years and years, would come home to him and brag about the women of the university and how they were so good. And she was quite the feminist, I guess, in some ways. And he claims that she would make him feel like he was worthless, that he was so beneath any of these girls who went to her university, and would never be able to have anything like that, right? That she bragged on these girls and all these things. So what he's saying is that that he had sex with people who worked in the same offices that his mother worked at the university. Something that escaped our conversation earlier was that a lot of my mother's friends got hot pants for me. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I had to cough again and clear my throat. This is a lot of reading, but I'm enjoying doing it. Okay, so a lot of his mother's friends got hot pants for him. They wanted to do it. And that was obvious after our first meeting. And, you know, they raised the hem of the skirt, and a lovely woman that's so old enough to be my grandmother. I mean, you know, 50 some years old. But I said to myself, Self, she wants to get in your pants. And it turned out to be very true. And at a later meeting, we did it. And my mother, of course, found out about it because they would talk about what I'm like in bed. And she got so mad, and she come at me with, I can't even bring my friends by the house anymore. Cause here, and I said, why not? And she says, cause you're scrotum. Did you think those were normal relationships? No, I'm saying that was something in my case. I understand. Like one woman, I could have done the same thing to her as I did to Sally Howlett, but I didn't because she was a lover. She was someone I had a normal relationship with, and we both had enjoyed it, and I had no intentions of doing anything harmful to her. Now, let me say here, I don't think that Ed Kemper has ever had a healthy, normal, sexual or otherwise relationship with anyone, especially women. I don't think he has ever had a normal, healthy friendship with a woman. I don't think he has ever had a normal, healthy sexual relationship with a woman. I don't think he's probably even had a normal, healthy employment relationship with a woman, either working for a woman or a woman who worked under him. I don't think there's any chance in hell that he even knows what a normal or healthy relationship between a man and a woman would look like. I just want to share that. That's my opinion. Anyone who feels differently, please let me know. Um, I would love to hear other people's thoughts on if you think that that would have been possible with this man. So, okay. Um, so while I had that opportunity, I didn't take advantage of it. You mean the opportunity to kill her? Is that what you mean? And he says, yeah. Why would that even occur to you that you would have an opportunity to kill this person? Thoughts after my mother passed. Okay, sir. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I want to do along that line? And different names came up, and for various reasons, I said no. The question was whether you've ever had a normal relationship with a woman. Can you think of something where you can describe a friendship you had with a female peer or a working relationship he says here. Here. Okay. Yeah, in prison. Okay. Okay, so first of all, I would tend to disagree with that. I don't think that a normal relationship is possible for anyone who is in prison. Um, for the obvious reasons. The fact that you can't call it, like I said, I don't like to use words like normal or whatever, but you can't call it the norm that you can really truly have a give and take friendship with someone if one of those people is in prison and can only call you on a certain schedule that you have to accommodate, and most of the time you have to accommodate the financial burden of those calls. And so it's still a relationship, and many of us have had people that we love and that have been our friends who are in prison or jail or whatever. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. People do things, people are punished for them, they do their time, whatever. But I think what they're trying to get at here with him is has he ever had a normative relationship with any female where it was equal? They both gave and they both took and they both accepted support from one another, and they both did things to respect boundaries and respect uh, personality differences or whatever. And like I said, he says that he's had that while he's been there in prison. And I don't even think it's conceivable to him that that is really not an example of what they want to know. Because like I said, the person on the outside does so much more accommodation than the person on the inside. You know, they have to accommodate to the schedules of the jail, the visiting hours, the times they're even allowed to use the phone, all of that. So there is a lot. It's not an equal type friendship. Now, that doesn't mean that you haven't been friends with someone who's been in prison, um, or a parent of someone who's been in prison, and that you just loved them just as much as you did when they were out. But he can't even conceive the boundaries of what a normal working relationship or friendship is. Okay, so he says in prison, and he says, okay, and he says, yeah, and he says, who's that? Asking him who the person is that he's had this normal relationship with. Right now, there's a young woman in her 30s in France who's very heavily involved in a relationship with me on paper, because that's all we can do right now is write. But she sends me money, sends pictures, and now she sought me out through the media. So he's considering this what he would call, his normal relationship with a female. But what he says right there, everything about that already is not what most of us would consider a normal relationship. Because in a normal relationship, we don't only have relationships on paper in writing where money is only going one way, pictures are only going one way, and now she's seeking him out through the media. So the person says, it's not someone I sought out, it's someone who sought me out. Well, of course, Dingleberry. She would have to seek you out, because how are you going to seek anyone out, especially someone who's in France? When you say you had sexual relationships on the streets, did you ever have a girlfriend or anyone close to your age? Not at the time. There were times when I had relationships with young women, and in one case it was jailbait. It was someone that was underage, but she was in a bar faking age, and I took her home that night and we did it. and she brought her girlfriend by the gas station I worked at to introduce me to her as, I'm her young lover, right? What she didn't know is that she had given me a real nasty case of gonorrhea. Not the gonorrhea, Ed. What are we going to do? She had given him a really nasty case of the gonorrhea. And I had been getting it treated. Wasn't too happy about it. So when she brought this young lady by and introduced her, I was pretty sarcastic about it. And we didn't see each other anymore. Okay, so, he had to completely strip this woman of any kind of dignity that she may have. Because first he has to point out that it was her fault that basically he statutorily raped her because she was faking being underage. Again, this guy's a good guy. He would have never killed that other girl, Aiko Ku, had he known she was only in high school. Come on, guys. But because women are so deceptive and so deceiving, let's strip this woman of any dignity, or this young girl at the time, by, it was her fault that he had sex with her because she was faking her age. And not only that, but she gave him the gonorrhea. So, she kind of deserved bad things to happen to her, right? Ugh. I got the sense that you were sexually inexperienced when you began murdering your victims. And he says, essentially, I was. Well, that's not showing through there, Ed, because you're claiming all these people you had sex with. So how were you inexperienced? Did you believe that you probably wouldn't be able to have sex with the victims unless they were dead? I mean, it sounds like you just gave up on the idea. My sister had said to one of the psychs investigating my case, that I had said something to the effect about a teacher, a grade school teacher, that I really, really liked how she looked. And I'd say I couldn't kiss her because I'd have to kill her. So she said that, and I'm thinking, oh boy, that takes some explaining. But in essence, it was my youth and my fear of dealing with advanced issues like sexuality or groping or things like that. That all comes later in life when you're in your late teens to 20s. I was not even a teenager at that time, but that wasn't the case with, I felt like it was a real waste. And again, this is embarrassing. It's shocking and it's embarrassing to me too. It was a waste? How? God, this gets sickening. I've murdered someone, and I'd say, what a waste, because I used to say that at movies when I'd see someone get offed, and I'd say, what a waste as she gets rolled into a ditch and they all go on and nothing, as if nothing happened. And I'd say, what a freaking waste. That's still a human being that you could have sex with. Is that what you, theoretically, I'd made myself believe that, yes. So he's not saying what a waste, that this person who had potential to do things in life and to have a family down the road, get married or have children and all that. He's not saying it's a waste because of that. He's saying it's a waste because it's a still warm body that he could have sex with. Disgusting. Disgusting. Okay, so he says theoretically. Can you think of anything that really would have made anything different in your life, that where would you had a relatively normal life, or at least you wouldn't have engaged in these violent acts? Is there anything that you can think of? I can think of a whole lot of accidents I almost had that would have ended it as even a consideration, but then I start wondering about why those things didn't happen, How, for example, what do you mean? Like I'm on a bridge. Okay. The Golden Gate Bridge, and I had a fleeting thought about jumping over the side. Right. And I said to myself, well, why didn't I? Later on, I'm saying, well, why in the hell didn't I before I did any of that stuff? When I worked at Caltrans, before it was Caltrans, it was a division of highways, and I'm working with this highway crew in a very dangerous job with speeding cars going by both sides of me, and it's like standing on a chainsaw on the side of the blade with the blades whizzing by at 60 miles an hour, and that can be very scary. I got very used to it, and I got sometimes within just inches of being clipped by a car. And in that case, if I'd have been clipped, I'd have been whacked out, completely whacked out. And the commissioner says, and he says, why didn't that happen? Well, I didn't mean that, Mr. Kemper. I'm sorry. I didn't mean things would have been different had you died. Yeah. And not been alive to commit these crimes. I mean, is there anything you can think of where, I mean, there's never only one thing, but I mean, obviously your siblings, your sisters, they probably didn't have these issues that you had. So here again, we get to the point of the person asking the question is saying, is there anything that you think if it had been different, that these things would have never happened? And by that, we probably all assume he's saying, had your parents not gotten divorced, had your mother not been alcoholic, had she not abused you, had you not been sent to live with your grandparents, whatever. But he immediately, becomes difficult and starts using all these theoretical uh, things that could have happened where he might have died. And that. So basically, what I would assume from that is he's basically saying the only thing that would have kept him from committing these crimes is had something bad happen to him and he would have died. And that may be the truth. Okay. That was all very, and see, he goes back into the whole, that was all very complicated again thing. Very complicated. A bunch of relationships, and I wish I had done better in them. Okay. But it would have been a very different existence for me if it were going to be benign. Is there anything different about you now than when you first came to prison? Any sort of time for reflection or any insight that you gained that you didn't have back then? Very much. Okay. What I did before has no chance of happening again in my life. Why not? For one thing, I'm not happy with the results. Oh my God. It's not like I'm thinking, oh, if I had this head, it doesn't go like that. I'm shocked that I did things like that. The memory of that has me wincing and saying, I can't believe I did that. But I did, and I've become very responsible for what I did, and very responsible for the skeletons in my closet. And I've been busy over the years opening that closet and kicking those stupid skeletons out and dealing with them issue by issue, and sometimes with non-professional people, just people I live with. Okay, we'll talk more about that in the next segment of the hearing. All right. Thank you. And okay, all right. So we might have some more questions about that, but we're going to move on. Do you remember how long you had the interview with the psychologist? How long? Back in March 14th, 2017. How long was the interview? 2 or 3 hours. Okay, all right. Well, let's go through the parts of and he made a comment about I didn't mean to interrupt, but you keep doing it. Well, you can't help yourself, right? It's just your personality, I guess. Well, it's moving along quickly here, and I thought of this at the moment, and I'm sorry I spoke so quickly about it, but part of this report speaks at how I was at the end of the first session when I became non-responsive and quiet, and he put some other words in there like psychotic and some other stuff. Hey, I had a stroke less than 2 years earlier. Excuse me, and I've just spent 2 or 3 hours going through this very intensive stuff psychologically. And even though I've had therapy to that effect, it's having an impact on me. I was exhausted. Okay, thank you. So let me ask you a question. How do you feel about killing all these people? Very arrogant answer with about who? Killing all these people. You've killed what, 10 people in your life? Oh, badly. I wish I could take all of them back, but that's almost an insult because it's obvious I can't. Okay, all right. So it's 26 pages. You said it was about a couple hours long. We're not going to go through all of it, but in the background information on page 426, there's something that I wanted an explanation about. It says that you weren't close to anybody growing up. You did have some friends grow. This is at the bottom of that page. I'm just paraphrasing. You had friends several years ago, but saw that the relationship was not going well because the man was playing a role and supposedly going to find out my secrets and then reveal them to others. Other friends about 6 or 7 years ago were more or less adolescent and beneath my station. What does that mean? You think people are beneath your station? What are you talking about? It's in quotes, so you said it. And he says, that's not familiar. It's not familiar to you? No. Do you think you're better than other people? Well, some people I am. I don't know how. You do think you're better than other people. No, there are some people that I have a high IQ, they don't. So? Well, I'm saying, I mean, so what? Lots of people in this room have high IQs. That doesn't make us better than anyone else, right? Not in, does it make you feel good about yourself to say, oh, I have a high IQ, so I'm better than other people? And he says, no. Okay, so then what do you mean when you are better than other people besides having a high IQ? Some people, some of my acquaintances, speak in a fashion that tells me they're happy with such or with much simpler accomplishments moment to moment, day to day, and I might put a lot more energy into that, a lot more effort into that, to so simply speak up to something in that sense. Okay, all right. So you can't empathize or be happy with the accomplishments they have because you think they're simple accomplishments versus your accomplishments? Well, some accomplishments, as an example, at a Tescadero, I was in the scullery of a kitchen, and a young man that was a couple of years, well, I guess he was about my age, he was rolling up a towel and snapping it at people. He thought that was funny. Well, he ran by this one guy that was a massive guy. He was over 300 pounds, and he was not advertising how he felt, but he was getting more and more frustrated at how this kid was acting. And when he snapped him and ran by, this big guy got up, headed toward him, grabbed the towel away from him, wrapped it around his neck and squeezed it and forced him to the floor. And we all sat there going, just the mouth hanging open, like, what the hell is that? Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out what this has to do with accomplishments. And I said, I jumped up out of my seat, ran around the steel table looking for a weapon, and I found a big steel hot teapot, and I was heading for it and yelled as loudly and as lowly as I could with a low voice, hey, and it caught his attention. And he backed up off this kid and started almost babbling. He was talking very quickly. He had snapped and he was killing the kid. He was strangling him. The kid wasn't making a peep of a noise. There was no staff around to stop it. Okay, what does the story have to do with anything? I saved the kid's life. Okay, that's an accomplishment. I don't think a lot about it. Something tells me he thinks an awful lot about it. But there were times that I reminded myself that there were some good things that I had done. Okay, I thought we were talking about other people's good accomplishments, not yours, but okay, let's move on. On page 5, you go into this whole thing about this relationship with the woman from France. You think that there's a man in Australia expressed interest in you, but the man looks a lot better as a woman. Could have been interested in her before, so you're getting into these more recent relationships. You say you absolutely have a sexual interest toward the woman in France. That's the one that's giving you money, right? Sending you money or something? And he says, occasionally. And you got emotionally caught up with a woman in Maryland, but she was married at the time and to a federal parole agent. Oh my God. This could be fatal depending on what kind of man he was. That's a little disturbing. And Kemper says he ended up in prison. So my thing with this is, all right, well, you can talk to whoever you want to, but to me, a lot of your issues before this stem from having problems with relationships. And he says, yep. I don't know if you recognize that or not. I certainly do. So you're involved in these relationships now, but what have you done as far as trying how to figure out how you would deal with them in a pro-social way? Pro-social way? Well, let me just scratch that. Let's say non-violent way. In a strictly social setting. Any setting, sir. I mean, that would have to be a non-alcoholic, non-drug related relationship. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, in part of this discussion with the psychologist, you went into things about when you were younger, how you were a voting member of the board of directors and the youngest JC in America. But this was all at a point where you were actually at a Tescadero. Yeah, so it couldn't have happened. So what was that all about? It couldn't have happened? Well, it couldn't have happened during the time period that you described. Why not? Because you were they have a JC local there. I'm sorry? We had a JC local there. Oh, okay, so that's what you're saying. And at one point, I was allowed to be an associate member, non-voting member. Okay. When I first got involved with them, by a year later, I not only had a vote, I was external director. Got it. Okay. So it goes into the discussion, very lengthy, about all the crimes. And a lot of it's, in quotes and things like that about what you stated recently about what happened. So I'm going to read through it again because we've been talking about it for a lengthy period of time. I do have to say, I was a bit surprised at your verbiage that you use when describing the victims, especially many of the female victims, which I thought was very derogatory and demeaning toward women. And I just thought it was surprising that at this point in your life, in 2017, that you would still describe the murders and the way things happened in such a derogatory and demeaning way towards your victims. Do you have an explanation for that? And he says, from memory. And from memory? Okay. Right, I get that. But so everybody has a memory of what they did in the past, right? Yeah. And they may have described it at the time in a certain way, but presumably after so much therapy and things like that, I'm going to change the value of what I thought. Well, you're not going to describe the victims in such a demeaning and derogatory way. You're going to describe it. Can you make some examples? Yeah, talking about their tits, how you wanted to fuck them. I mean, those are the words that you used. Yeah. Today in 2017. And so I find that I just wanted an explanation for it. That was being blunt. Okay. I didn't appreciate talking about it, let alone thinking along that lines. Okay. But that the terms that I used when I was a young man, those are the terms you use as an older man too, because you used them this year when you were describing the crimes. That's why I was so surprised. Uh-huh. Because like I said, people that have gone through therapy and programming and all of that, everything you've gone through, this process of rehabilitation, especially when they have issues with women, wouldn't describe them in that way if they had gone through the process. More habilitation than rehabilitation, because when have I ever been normal? Okay. Any further thought on that before I move on? Not really. Okay, all right. So basically what they're saying is, have you grown as a human being? Because it doesn't appear so, because if you had remorse and if you had any change in the way that you perceive what you did and how you treated these human beings, you wouldn't still be using the same verbiage 40 some years later that demeans them and takes away their dignity. And he's not even going to argue that fact. He just basically is just like, that's just who I am. And as I said before, people with these things embedded in their personality don't see the problem, so why would they fix it? Okay. All right, so your PCLR, that's the list we talked about earlier, the psychopathic checklist. When it goes through wait, let me go back a little. The mental status examination starts on page 11. The substance abuse information is on page 12. It's alcohol use disorder and sustained remission. Were you ever under the influence when you committed crimes? And he says no. Okay, your diagnosis is antisocial, narcissistic, and schizotypal personality disorder. That's on page 13. You continue to maintain a rather egocentric stance, appears focused on touting, domination, or manipulation of others. Spot on so far. Interpersonally explosive, lacks empathy, tendency to overpersonalize situations, has odd beliefs and fantasies, and has on thoughts in speech, ongoing suspiciousness, has an appropriate affect related to content, and lacks close friends. That's page 13. Historic factors. Your PCLR is above the mean of the North American male inmates, but below the cutoff for psychopathic personality. That's page 16. Gets into the clinical that's quite lengthy, so I'm not going to put it on the record, but it is in the record. That goes through 20, page 21. And there's other risk considerations. The medical and elderly parole starts on page 22, says you're 68 years old, talks about your advancing age and medical problems. It says you do not appear significantly physically restricted, but you are able to move about temporarily without a wheelchair. And some parts crimes are without the need for physical agility or prowess. There is some. A statistic 99 was administered low moderate risk range, risk for future violence in the high risk for violence. The psychologist said that you have spent many years in prison, participated in therapy years ago, continue to discuss women rather disrespectfully and with objectification with little evidence of understanding mature relationships. You're guided by rather superficial, grandiose delusions of women's interest in you. Misread cues, if the cues are even there. Ascribe motivations and sentiments to women beyond the information presented. Describe the crimes rather matter-of-factly with little emotion. And it goes into more lengthy discussions. I'm not going to put all of them on the record, but that's what he came to the conclusion for high risks. It's Charles Taylor. There was some information about how you turned yourself in, and I wanted to ask you, why did you turn yourself in? And he says, to stop what I was doing. To stop what you were doing? What I had done to that point, yeah. Okay, so this seems like a good place to stop because I do want to discuss how his turning himself in came about. After he murdered his mother and her friend, which he did not murder them at the same time, he murdered his mother. Then he invited his mother's friend over to dinner under the guise that it would be with him and his mother. But when she got there, then he killed her too. So then he went on the run, and nobody even knew these two women were still in the house dead. So it had not been reported that they had been killed or anything. No one was looking for him. But he went out on the road anyway on the run. And after a couple days, he calls back to the county or whatever where this happened and says, I did this or whatever. He brings himself back to the area and allows himself to be arrested. And I don't think it had anything to do, and these, again, just my opinion, I don't think it had anything to do with him wanting to stop doing what he had been doing. I think my personal opinion on this, after I've given it thought and everything, is that he knew now that his mother was gone, he had no life. She was the only person who would have put up with him living with her in her house. I think she was probably footing most of the bills. I think that that he had no interest in relationships with other people. I don't think it had anything to do with him wanting to stop doing what he was doing. Hey, Coffee with Cece. I am back over in the chat now. I can see you guys here. PF, enjoy your lunch. He was definitely a very sick person, Coffee with Cece. Yes. He did Coffee with Cece. And like I said, I'm not going to say those things. I don't want to get too graphic, but all the information is out there if anyone wants to delve deeper into it. And if you could think you can handle the graphic nature of the things that he actually did, you may take a potty break. I'm going to take a little break here as well. Let's see, it's 12:43. I will be back here by, let's say, 12:50. I'm going to wait another minute before I take my break. But yeah, all the information is out there if you want to delve deeper and if you can stomach the graphic nature, because I am going to warn you that they were heinous and disgusting. I noticed on the friend, yeah, you have to be kind of picky about that. The information is out there, and there are plenty of places that will share that information. But, when you're just cozying up to the TV for an episode of Forensic Files, and you've got your slippers on and your robe, and, it's before bed, I think they have to kind of limit the amount of graphic things that they'll say. Okay, so I am going to mute for 5 minutes. I will be back here and ready to go at 12:45. please take this time to go get you a refill on your drink or to use the potty or to get a snack or something. I will be right on time, I promise. 12:45 or 12:50, I will be back here. That is exactly 5 minutes. My clock just changed. So we will talk right then. And I am back just under the wire with a minute to spare. I hope everyone got up for a minute, stretched your legs, got your drinks refilled, went to the bathroom, all that wonderful stuff, because hopefully in this next run, we're going to finish up the transcript. And I'm glad, to the people who are enjoying this, that you are enjoying it. I am having fun with you all as well. I mean, as much as this can be fun. I guess not technically fun, but I'm enjoying our conversation. I'm enjoying sharing information back and forth. I appreciate you being here for this. Maybe this is something that I'll start to do. We can spend our Sundays together uh, going over. I'll pick a transcript um, each week, and we'll do this. We'll spend our Sundays, uh, you know, discussing these things. I think maybe I could commit to every Sunday. Um, I don't believe that it's going to interfere with anything that I have going on. Although it probably wouldn't be as early in the day as I did it today. It would have to be probably after afternoon sometime. Today I did have some extenuating circumstances. Yeah, maybe after 1 even. That would be good because I do have some extenuating circumstances this week, which gave me some available time in the morning that I don't normally have on Sundays. So yeah, we'll set something up where maybe Sundays at like 2 my time, which I am in the central time zone, that we get together and we do these transcripts together. I think it would be fun. Yes, if you're enjoying this either live right now or if you come in later and hit the replay, hit that like for me to let me know that you were here and that you want to continue this kind of conversation thing going on. And if I see that people are interested in it, I will definitely give that more thought on making this a regular thing. You're in the central time zone too. Good. So yeah, Sundays after church, after everyone has had their lunch and gotten snuggled into their homes for the day, this could be a fun thing to do. So, all right, well, I'm going to try and knock out the last portion of this transcript in this next go of it. So please feel free to chat amongst yourselves, chat with each other, share your thoughts, whatever in the side chat. I will not see it until we finish up, but I will get back over to the chat where I can see that afterwards, and we will wind things up with our final thoughts and what we think might happen at his next parole hearing. Will he even have another one? Will he want it? Would be the first question, I'm assuming, because if he doesn't file for it, then he's not going to get it. But you know, we'll discuss all of that when I come back. And for now, let's get right back into this transcript. Okay. So he says he did that to stop what he was doing. To stop what you were doing, what I had done to that point. Yeah. Okay. I've since thought better about the whole process. Rather than just calling Santa Cruz from long distance and insisting that they arrest me, I could have gone to an attorney's office and surrendered myself to him or her. Okay. And had them call the authorities. I probably would have taken the drawn guns out of the picture. It certainly would have reduced the possibility that I was going to get blasted during the process of surrendering. Oh, God forbid, that he be uncomfortable with some guns drawn on him, right? Ugh, the audacity. Well, let me ask you a question. So it seems to me like you were killing strangers and you weren't getting caught for it. Yes. And when I look at your profile, your character traits and stuff, I have to ask you the question of whether you wanted to get caught because you wanted to be known. And he says no. Because it seems as if there's there's some pleasure in telling the story about what happened. That's the impression. It's my impression too. No communication with the authorities while I was out there at all. Do you like that you're known? No. No? You've never bragged about it? Or I feel like I've read that places that you have been, you like to brag about it and you take pleasure in being kind of known as a no. No? No. Okay. That sounds like some of that stuff from yellow journalism that's always parallels the legitimate media. Did you read all of that stuff? No. No? All right. Some of it. You've read some of it. Yeah, okay. Any questions? Oh, well, so you're really being cooperative today. But I know you mentioned to Dr. Taylor that you probably wouldn't be interested in participating in the hearing. But things are going fine. So did you change your mind on or where you were feeling at the time that you were talking to Dr. Taylor that this wasn't something you wanted to participate in? Or do you remember? You said you were going to drop your drawers or something like that. Years ago, I had a young attorney and I explained to him my feelings about, whoa, wait. You see, you keep getting unfocused. We're talking about the psychologist, Taylor, the recent one from 2017. Yes. Right? So let's focus on the question. We want you to answer our questions. Yes. I know that you are interested in saying that what you want to say, but you'll have the opportunity to do that in your closing statement. So please answer our questions. Uh-huh. And if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to, but then we got to move on, okay? Yes, ma'am. All right. I find it odd that they had so many females confront him for his for this hearing. And I think that was a good move on their part because I think it gave them a real feeling of how he interacts with the female population. I don't know if they did that intentionally or if it's just that these were the people that were in the positions at the time. I don't know how all that works, but I think it was a really smart move. Okay, you changed your mind, obviously. I mean, were you seriously didn't want to participate because you're here and we're doing the hearing? So is there a reason you told Dr. Taylor that you weren't interested really in participating? I didn't believe there was any realistic chance for me to get out, and years ago, there was some indication that the board members, the media was present, okay, at the hearings. And it's as if I were a form of entertainment, and that's not inductive. That's pretty much what that's related to, what I said to Dr. Taylor. I understand. And as far as I was talking about twirling and dropping my drawers to say basically kiss my ass, yeah, in front of the media, it wasn't going to happen, but I know. The board wouldn't want it to happen either. So when there were times that they could accept or not accept my attempt at passing on a hearing, I see. They tend to encourage them. They tend to encourage them. They tend to disencourage. I don't know. Who wants to be the first guy to drop his drawers and say, hey, kiss my ass, you know? Okay, that's not a good way to get out. No, for anybody. Okay, well, thank you. But I was making an effort back then at that time not to get out, but to impress upon the board members, or not to get out, but to impress upon the board members that I was working as hard as I could to be realistic and to be righteous about this whole thing. And suddenly I got the district attorney from the county damn near flipping the table over. He's talking such trash. They took it out of the hearing minutes. The lady taking the notes is suddenly his stuff stopped appearing, and my attorney was still saying, you can't talk like that. You can't say that, right? He's allowed to say that, but it's too nothing, you know. Okay, so I think he's trying to act offended that anyone would be upset with him during these hearings. You know, this is pretty touchy stuff, Ed. I think that someone getting emotional would be natural. Okay, but you keep bringing this up because you brought it up here. We see it, but again, we're not getting focused on the question that, and then someone else says, I asked sort of an open-end question, and I think you're doing the best. I think I'm satisfied with the answer that you gave. And it wasn't, I was just curious about it because I was concerned maybe when I read that things weren't go that well, but that's obviously not in the case today. Okay, these people who are running the meeting at this point are either frustrated, bored, or just sick and tired of the shit because they aren't even making any sense anymore, right? I think at this point, Kemper is winning and keeping them flustered and off kilter because that whole thing, I don't even know what they're talking about anymore. But he thanks him anyway. We're going to move on to the post-conviction. Does anybody need a break or anything? Everyone must have said no, so they say, okay, all right. Mr. Kemper, it's the portion of the hearing where we discuss your life in prison, and it's been a long time. It's been most of your life. Yeah. Probably about 2/3 or so, right? Yes. You've never been in trouble. You only got one 115 issued, and that was about a year ago. Okay, so we're going to skip over a lot of this where they go into the next bit, but I am going to summarize it for you. My understanding, and I have not looked it up, but from what they talk about in this part of it, my understanding of a 115 is like issued when you refuse to follow through on an order made by a correction officer or whatever. And the whole thing of this is that they say he refused to provide a urine sample. He claims that he was not able to pee during that 3-hour period that he had to do it, and that they refused to catheterize him or take any other means of getting urine from him. So basically, that's what this whole thing is about. And again, we can go back to the fact that it's what they wanted. They wanted a urine sample, and he did not want to give it. But he's trying to make it seem like it was every other reason under the sun why he was refusing it. And when all it was just to show them that he's in control, that they want urine and they're not going to get it, right? That's how it all works out. So we're going to skip over that whole thing because they do a lot of talking about what he can do to urinate and, all of that. And it's just time sucking. So I don't know why they went on and on about it so long. See, they're still talking about it pages later. He has medical concerns. He just can't pee on command, blah, blah, blah. But he's had a catheter before. Why didn't they catheterize him? And so he lost visitation time with his sister because of this. But that's the only time he has been written up in the entirety of his stay. Then they start talking about his drinking. And they say there's no evidence that you were using. I'm not aware of any evidence that you were using. And I think they mean alcohol or drugs. And he says no. He said he may have had Pruno many years ago, over 30 years ago. I know you were drinking heavily when you were prior to prison, right? And ironically, my lawyer at the trial said, were you intoxicated when you committed any of these crimes? And I thought about it, and I said, no, I was sober every time. Now, that's the scariest part of this, because for someone who is an alcoholic and, also a killer, you would think that the precipitating factor to losing control and actually giving in to your instinct or your desire to kill would be that your inhibitions were lowered by alcohol or drugs. And he says he was stone cold sober every time he killed anyone. And I think he thinks that makes him in some way look better, but actually it makes him look so much worse. And he just looked at me like he couldn't believe it. He said, you do realize, he said, you must be a pathological truth teller. He says, you got a case where the DA has to show you weren't drunk, when you did it. You just saw you were drunk and that's it. That's a fact. Okay, I know I have no reason to doubt that, but I never was. Okay, and what I'm trying to say here, Mr. Kemper, is that I am not aware, there is no evidence that you would be avoiding detection of drugs or alcohol, other than the fact that you, according to the 115, you refuse to provide a sample. My question is, if it's causing a problem for you, why don't you just proceed to, you didn't say all through the write-up. If you looked at the actual write-up, I said all through that thing that they wrote it down that way. I know you denied your whatever. So basically what they're doing here, and we're just going to skip over this too, they're asking why he didn't submit any kind of medical, what's the word I want? Like, to make accommodations. Why he didn't get a thing from the doctor making medical accommodations, giving him more time or other means of providing a sample. And he just says, I didn't. I was bloated and I was going for 2 hours after that. I drank everything I could and it just wasn't working. And no, Mr. Kemper, I believe you were holding it because you were going to show them that they wanted urine and were demanding urine of you and they were not going to give it. Okay, so Okay, now that it's back to mandatory instead of, or now that it's back to random instead of mandatory, he doesn't seem to have any problems, he says. He drank water, anything he could think of, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I don't know why they spend so much time on this. It seems like a total time waster. But he's talking about how he had been catheterized before. Why couldn't they just catheterize him again? Okay, so now we go into what he's been doing while he's in prison, what he's been doing for occupation. Okay, let's see. You used to be, you've held jobs as clerks, you've had clerk positions, and he says 42 years. So generally, and he says, I got retired. Yeah, okay. Isn't that something? I had a special committee, right? They usually brought me to a special time instead of annually. And I said, why am I here? And they said, thank you for your 42 or 40 years of clerking. And I said, where's that going? And they said, well, we're retiring you. They made me totally medically disabled. Okay, because of my stroke. Right, okay. And I was working with computers, and that scared them into thinking, he's going to force something to happen because you did a good job in your positions. And he says, yeah. Supervisors were okay with your performance, right? Absolutely. Okay, when was the last time you actually had a clerk job? The one I just talked about, being retired. Yeah, it was probably a while ago, late last year. All right, so 42 years. Did you learn any job skills that would be useful to you if you were living outside of prison? Because you worked in gas stations a couple times. And I mean, you worked for Caltrans, for the Department of Transportation. Anyway, that you can support yourself if that were the case. And he says at 68 years old. And they say, right, and probably going on 69 and 70. I don't think I'd have to. Okay, so I think he brings up a valid point here. And I've always wondered why they focus so much on this with the elderly population in prison. At 68 or 69 or 70 years old, how many people do we know in the real world that are legitimately considering what skills they have now to support themselves? Not many, probably. That's not to say that people of those ages don't go outside of their homes and work and don't enjoy it. But we are talking about special circumstances here. Not only are we talking about someone of that age who has had a stroke and all of that, but who has also been incarcerated for 42 years and has this criminal record, which is infamous. Everyone pretty much knows about this. Are you really thinking that this is a man who at 68 or 69 or 70 years old would be going out and finding gainful employment? It's just crazy to think that way, I think. And so again, I feel like this is a real time waster at these hearings, asking someone of his age and disability and infamy, what special skills do you have? Okay. Not that they shouldn't be expected to care for themselves and support themselves in some manner, but they're not being realistic, I don't feel. Now, other people may have different opinions about that. And if you have solutions to that, I would love to hear them. But I don't think that there are at his age, an level of infamy and all of that I think it's crazy to focus on these things. I think it's a time waster. Okay. I'm sorry. My cigarette keeps going out because I don't smoke it. Hey, Daniel. I'm looking over at the chat for a second here. You think so too, Black Cat Lover? I really do. I just think, spending all this time on what special skills he's learned so that he can take those out into the community with him, you're wasting time, people. Ask the question and be done with it. Because he goes into a lot of crazy stuff here. He starts talking about his ceramics and mugs of his selling for $100 and all of that. And I'm sitting there thinking, and that's the whole point. If your mugs sell for $100, it's because of the infamy of what you've done. That's not a special skill. That's not something that's going to bring you closer to community and have you acting as a normal member of society. The people buying ceramic mugs that you've made for $100 are doing so because of your infamy and because of the dysfunction of what you've brought to the world. It's just, I don't know. I find it just kind of ridiculous. Okay, so he makes a good point there. He says, I'd be stuck in a retirement home somewhere, which I think seems like a more likely solution to the problem. Don't worry about him being reintegrated into society through gainful employment and all that. Let the man find a retirement home, and that's where you're going to live now. So he says, but not because of my, well, what do you call it, Kenny? It's one of my problems now, that stroke. It scatters my thoughts around, and it's hard to think of specific issues. And he was just thinking, I was just thinking of if you, and then Kemper says, Medicaid, Medicare, that kind of stuff. All right. It doesn't even exist for me. I haven't been employed long enough. I see. To qualify. Okay. For those things. And here's another issue I have, and I just want to bring it up because that's what they're pointing at here. But, he said he's worked inside the facility for 42 years. And I'm asking the question, which seems rather natural to me, is if they were paying him, and I know it was probably pennies on the dollar of what someone on the outside would get. But, we have a lot of privatization in our prisons now, and we have people in prisons who are working for big corporations on the outside, and they're doing things like customer service or manufacturing and things like that for big companies like, banks and all of that. And when you call in to get customer service, you're actually speaking to someone in prison. Of course, they don't tell you that, but this is what's happening. And you can investigate all that and research it, and it is true. And they're paying them pennies on the dollar, but maybe, just maybe, if they were paying them like a reasonable amount, and I'm not even saying paying them what they pay people on the outside. If someone on the outside is making $17 an hour to work for this company, and you get someone in prison who's going to work for you, yeah, you should get a discount on the price, because basically, punitively they are being punished, and they shouldn't be getting wealthy while the state foots their care bills and all that. But I'm talking about if you make it where you have to pay them $5 an hour, and then they get $1 of that put on their commissary, and the other $4 is put in an account where if they are ever released, that account is released to them when they're gone so that they can take care of themselves. Or in the case of lifers or people who have caused severe damage, violence and all that, $1 goes to you and $4 goes to the victims' families for any recompense for their losses and all of that. But at any rate, why aren't they taking out Medicare from these people? They should be. They should still be paying into a system that we all are expected to pay into. I can understand how you can't do that if someone is only making 11 cents an hour. The paperwork on taking out those funds alone would eat up that 11 cents easily. But again, I think there are many ways of reforming these things. And I don't think being in prison should be a reason why you are able to flagrantly not participate in paying in your share. Just my thoughts. Again, a topic probably for another time. But Jenny, I just came back over to the chat and I see he would kill all those old people. Yeah, that would be difficult, definitely. Okay, so back to this. He's saying that he hasn't paid into Medicare and all of that, so that's not even an option for him. We can talk about parole plans later. I was just talking about things that the kind of work you did here in prison. It sounds like you were a clerk, which involves providing assistance to the staff when they run their programs, right? Yeah, I was the clerk in therapy. Okay. For 7 years, and I was a clerk in the library, the reference area. Okay. And those guys were wishing to get me back, and I got busted out of there because I'd been there so long. Uh-huh. And they made me swap out with another guy who was a captain's clerk in central services. Okay. And they were wishing I can come back. They were putting up a petition. I'm serious. Did you have other jobs? You got some hospice care training, right? Yes. Did you ever have that was voluntary. So what he's saying is that he was trained and volunteered as a hospice caregiver in the medical ward of the prison for the patients who are, dying or very ill who needed hospice. He helped them out over there. He says he did that for 10 years. Was that here at the prison? Yes. California Medical Facility. And you helped hospice care to some of the dying inmates. And unfortunately, I was exposed to every kind of cancer you can get. And it was becoming a real nightmare to me. Why? I was dreaming about it. I mean, I could sit there and eat my dinner, a hot dinner in front of a guy, a dying patient with hospice with cancer. He appreciated the fact that I'd stay in the room and visit with him while I was eating. Other guys would throw up instead and they couldn't deal with it. It was horrible, you know. Do you know the smell of cancer? I'm not familiar with the smell of cancer. It was very different, a very different odor, different kinds of cancer, very definite odor. And it's not pleasant. Okay. And the worst you are with it when getting terminal, it's just a really, okay. So they go on about this. He's talking about what he did with hospice. To summarize, mostly it was helping them lift patients and things that were heavy and all that because he was a big guy. I hope they didn't leave him with any more serious duties than that or leave him too long alone with these people. But and again, he goes into a story about how he saved a man's life here. They call him down there. The man wouldn't keep his oxygen mask on. He says he's a dope addict. He was dying in bed, literally tied down, and he kept turning off his oxygen mask, and they couldn't deal with that, so they needed me. Okay, did you do? I held it an inch away from his face. I see. Myself for 4 or 5 minutes, and he totally relaxed. He's getting the oxygen finally, and instead of thinking it's a poison thing, he's getting oxygen, and that's when he passed. Okay, so he didn't. I'm sorry, I thought that the guy lived, but he didn't. So he passed away. I see. He totally relaxed and he went out. But things like that, I get called in to help others. A guy 400 and some pounds needs a bath, but he can't take a regular shower, so he has to get in a bed bath. All right, would you help with that type of work? I had to lift him into it, yeah, because I was big and strong. Do you think you'd be able to continue with that type of work? On a limited basis, yeah. That's just a dumb question. At his age and his disability, do you think he's going to be lifting 400-pound people when he gets out in the real world? No, he's not. He needs someone to be helping him now. And I feel bad for the person who would have to do that. But he says, I know you're kind of a heavy drinker before you came in. I don't really see any issues with that while you're here. And I don't see any evidence that, can you hear okay? We've got the machinery working down outside. Okay. I don't see any evidence that you've engaged in what we call self-help or rehabilitative programs. You don't see AA in there? That's the first thing I did when I got out of the hole is join AA. No, okay. I got the oldest AA card back when it was Fred C. Marsh Memorial. They don't even call it that anymore. And again, he's got to brag that he's got the oldest card in the place. He racks up his accomplishments here he needs to let everyone know. Honestly, some of the things from the 70s are a little harder to find. The files that I have, why don't you tell us about AA? What did you get out of it? They got so tired of hearing me up there at the podium sharing my problems in the past, I think I drove some of those people back into drinking. Not to be too humorous about it, but I finally just gave up on it because I think I had a 6-month pin and was working on 3/4 of the year. Okay. I just said, I mean, I was there about 5 years and it just got really old to me, so I never did join NA. Right, because I never was a narcotics abuser on the street, but I've known people in both groups, AA and NA. So you did it for a while. You attended AA for a while. Yes. And it sounds though you freely participated. Uh-huh. And you weren't just sitting there. Did you think that it helped you in any way? Did you get any or learn anything about yourself or get any insight into anything about yourself? Yeah. Do you recall what do you recall from those days? What kind of insight do you think you gained? I mean, I know it focuses on alcohol abuse and dependence, but I know there's more to it. Why I was an alcohol abuser on the street? Okay. Everybody in the family was. Seriously. I mean, my mom was, my dad was, and then he started cutting back on it. In fact, I told her later that he only drank not even socially. He had a bottle of brandy that was 3/4 full and a bottle of port wine that was untapped. Right. And it sat in there the whole time I was there visiting or living with him. Well, then, so you think you got a handle on your drinking now? I mean, when was the last? You said you had some Pruno maybe years ago? Many years ago. Yeah. Okay. I threw up just drinking it. Okay. I can't keep it down. It's, what do you call it? Unfinished alcohol. It's still cooking and it would cook inside of me. Right. It's to the point where I throw up. After all this time, and you know you haven't been drinking lately, or there's no evidence that you have, you attended AA many years ago, and then you said you just, and he says, when I was a young man, in some ways got tired of it all. What connection can you make between your alcohol abuse and all these crimes that you committed if you would, if you hadn't been? I never hurt anybody when I had alcohol in me. That's one thing I did notice. So I started drinking more and more because I didn't want to do it. I really didn't want him killing people, so I drank like a fish. So the cops even knew I was a heavy alcohol drinker. They were aware of that when I was going to trial. Almost all the cops knew that I was a heavy drinker, not just because I drank at their bar. I got stopped 2 or 3 times. I never got busted. Okay, so I want to stop here and I want to say that that's another thing about Ed is that the entire time he was doing these things and before he was doing these things, he had tried to become a police officer. Of course, he was not physically built for it. He was way too big. He wasn't able probably to perform in as fast of a manner on the testing, the physical testing and things like that. But when he didn't become a cop, he started hanging out at the local cop bar and listening to their conversations about crime and even to the point where he was hearing things about his crimes. So that's another kind of sometimes common thing that we see with these people is that they either had ambitions of becoming law enforcement or they had connections to law enforcement where they could, get the excitement of hearing about crimes and their own crimes often. Okay, so he says he got stopped 2 or 3 times. Then he's asked, okay, so if you were to be released from prison, it's available everywhere. I mean, when you went to prison, I think there was some laws about being able to purchase alcohol near a campus or something like that. You can buy alcohol. Alcohol is a bit available everywhere, everywhere. And there's a big, a booming beer industry again in California and other places. So, and he says, brew is something I love. Okay, well, what do you think you might have an issue would be? I think I would be tempted to drink near beer or something to that effect. Why? Why do you say that? It doesn't affect as much. Okay. As the hard stuff. Okay. Do you think it would be a problem if you were to have alcohol? I don't think so, but anything's possible. Is there a reason why you haven't? And he says that would tempt me to go back to AA. It would. Okay. Well, we'll talk a little more too. We're getting more into parole plans now, but I'm trying to cover whatever rehabilitative program you might have been engaged in here. And I know you finished high school or your GED when you were at a Atascadero, right? And he says, I took a GED. Okay. But I just was able to when I just turned 18. Right. At a Atascadero and passed it. And I got the second highest score of anybody that took it that week. And I know you were taking college classes too back then. Have you taken them? Straight A's. Pardon me, sir? Straight A's. What about your time in state prison as an adult after 1973? I did go to night school for college where they'd have professors come in from Solano Community College. Okay, that's here at CMF? Yeah, and they'd hold courses one semester at a time, and I wish I'd gone to more of those and gotten my certificate. Like an associate's degree? Yeah. Why do you suppose you didn't do that? You had a lot of time to do that. I figured it'd be around longer than it was. Are there other top opportunities for someone in your situation to pursue education? Are you interested in doing them? And again, the man is already 68 and has had a stroke. Ask him about what he did do, but why are you asking about his future plans for for education? Not that people of that age, like I said earlier, are not completely into continuing their education and learning new things. There are people who are lifelong learners, they love that stuff, and they do have plans. But this is a man who has been outside of any kind of educational realm for 42 years. He's 68. He's had a stroke and he is infamous. You think that there's going to be a college out there that is just going to be like scouting him and recruiting him, and he has all these plans of, no, you're wasting taxpayer money at this point asking him questions like this. So anyway, they go into all that. Why, are you going to do that? Are you thinking about doing it? Why didn't you do it? Because he's a piece of crap. He doesn't have big goals, and all that. You know this. Okay, so there's older people than me that are actually pursuing an education who could make that claim. But if I got one more unit, I'd have half my credits necessary to get an AA. Okay, are you going to do that? I could do that. Okay. Because now they have courses here, but it's different way than they did way back then. Back when it was night school, it was actually professors coming and teaching and bringing books in with them. Now it's an ongoing regular course thing through education, and I used to work in education as a clerk too. Okay. Are you going to do that then? Huh? Are you going to do that? Is that what I know it more of a correspondence. It's a correspondence course. No, it's actual coursework. Okay. But it's all right. That's fine. It damaged my standing with my peer group a bit. I was a bit of a smartass. Okay. I'm the guy that can ask question after question after question, and the teacher would get really involved in answering it because it was a sensible question, and he had never had that one before. Another guy would do it just because I was doing it, and then the teacher would shut him off. Yeah, because that's all it was wasting his time. And he's right. Again, I can believe that he enjoyed wasting professors' time, and he's enjoying wasting this all these people in his hearings time. He's enjoying that. It's domination. So the commissioner says it's getting annoying for the other people in the class probably at times. It sounds like you have some interest in continuing with your education, and you probably do some reading here. How would you say you spend most of your time in prison? What do you do? He says he watches television. In your cell, catching up on all the stuff I've missed out on for years and years. Catching up on what do you mean you missed out? The TV shows, the movies. How do you catch up on did you well, they're reruns. Oh, okay. Shows and movies are reruns, but I really enjoy them. So you didn't watch TV for a while. I was working and pulling in a good sized pay number for a lot of years, and now I don't have any pay number. If I'm going to get money, people have to send it to me from the streets. Okay, you've also taken anger management. I think that was several years ago. Yeah, there's other programs available. There's lifer programs, other programs available for sort of victim awareness, things like that. And I know you've been engaged in therapy. That's something that sounds like it's been helpful for you. But is there a reason why you haven't engaged in, some sort of group that's available to you or other programs? At one point, I wanted to be involved in the victims awareness aspect of it. Okay, but a couple of guys cautioned me against that because currently, and I don't even know if that's still valid, but currently they were victims groups that were doing that stuff were doing it more for ammo to keep us in, arguing, arguable stuff, reasons why they dislike us and reasons why they don't want us getting out. And I'm sure they were all very valid reasons. I can tell you that anything like that, probably I would not come out. That, I mean, yeah, I think you got some bad advice there. You got some bad advice. Could be. Did you ever talk to a counselor about signing up for any of these programs? It's hard to see a counselor anymore. I've had a number of counselors pass by, had them for a period of time and then lost them and got somebody else without ever having asked them anything. Have you ever tried to write anything down? I mean, whether you wanted to write a remorse letter or not, it's kind of up to you. And I know your victim's dead, but have you ever thought about families of the victims? Yeah, have you ever thought about something like that? Do you know that I was personally involved in locating my victim's remains? And he says this as though that somehow, um, I don't know, that somehow makes him better, that he agreed to help them find some of his victims' remains. Like that's an accomplishment. Like that should be on the list of things that he's done that make him a better person now. And it's just, okay, excuse me, sir. I think we're going to take a break and we can come back to this topic. So we're just going to take a 5-minute break. There's some people that need a 5-minute recess, blah, blah, blah. And so they go off the record and then they come back on the record. We were discussing your rehabilitative efforts. I don't see that you've done a victim impact, I think, as I said. I think maybe you took some bad advice. See, he didn't do the victim impact, though, and it was someone else's fault. It's always someone else's fault with him. It was his mother's fault that he went out and killed these girls. It was the girl's fault that he killed them or had sex with them because they were pretending to be older than they were. It was the reason he didn't go into this victim impact thing and have that on his record as a plus thing is because someone told him that it was a bad idea. It's never his fault, and that's all you're ever going to get out of someone like this. Even though your victims aren't around anymore, they have loved ones. Have you thought about putting anything on paper that would be available to the panel? And he says, I'm concerned that the news media, who still hasn't gotten their satisfaction from me as far as the whole story, the inside story, they still hound me for stuff like that, or book rights, not necessarily news media, but book writers and people who do movies, which is just bullshit. He would love if they were still talking about him on the media, in the media, and if people were writing books. He loves that. What he doesn't like is that he doesn't get to control what the people would be writing. Okay, and would be, I know you don't want to be the focus of that kind of spotlight, I know, but the fact is that, you were sentenced to life in prison, so why is that such a big, I mean, it seems like being in prison would be bad enough, but if people are writing about you, why is that an issue? Because they're going to anyway. So when you want to have your thoughts out there, and it might not even make it into the hands of the media anyway, probably not. And he says, there's a good possibility that my writings would land in the hands of an editor. And this is where he, that grandiose sense of everyone's interested in what I have to say. And he says, okay. And he'd edit out things he decided weren't interesting or not pertinent and focus on different things than I would. And so there you go. He is acknowledging that the reason he doesn't want that out there is because he can't control how they would portray it. They'd edit out things that he had thought were pertinent. That's just the way the world works. And the commissioner says, I see. He says, I've had a lot of decades to wish that I could do things differently with my own family rather than so much stranger, because a stranger feels attacked. They feel, totally violated, and out of nowhere, this stuff comes and they just don't want to hear what the perpetrator has to say. Certainly not how sorry he is, but I demonstrated how sorry I was when as soon as I gave up, the first thing I did was I told on the phone, I told Santa Cruz, contact Berkeley and let them know that Aiko Koo is not a runaway like they were posing, that she's a victim. And first thing I did was after I got back to Santa Cruz and Berkeley was to try and locate the remains as much as I could. I mean, I took them back to exact spots, but a lot of times animal activity undid the efforts I made later. So, his acts of heroism in wanting them to know that Aiko Koo was not a runaway, that she was a victim, that has, I think, more to do with him being upset that he was not getting, um, oh, I can't think, the word just left my head, but he was not getting uh, the kudos, not the kudos, but the acknowledgement for that, and that upset him. If you were to be found suitable for parole and you were released from prison, and he says, God, that sounds good. And the commissioner says it does. And he says, yeah, I mean, it's so unlikely to even hear it because you guys didn't even want to say things like that decades ago because it might happen. Well, I'm not asking you now because the question is, what would you do? What would I do? What would I be telling people in the hallway? Hide, head for the hills. Why? What do you mean? God, the media would hound me. They'd camp on my doorstep. And you know what? That is his fantasy right there to a T. He would absolutely love if they were camped on his doorstep. What would you do? That's not what the media would do. Yeah, but what are your parole plans? I'm sure you talked about this with your clinician and Dr. Taylor and probably with your lawyer. And I mean, this is one of the questions we ask. So, what are your plans? Have you put any thought into that? And he says, I would try to be a taxpayer instead of a tax burden. How would you do that? For the first time in 40 years. Okay, how would you do that? Work in any way I could. Okay. If it was selling papers by hand, I'd be doing it. Nothing's too good for me. Do you have anything specific in mind where you might want to work or what you might do? Work at a gas station, but I understand that most often those are self-serve now. Okay, I mean realistically, Mr. Kemper, do you think that you'd be working? I mean, based on, your health issues and also your notoriety. I mean, I suppose it's possible, but what the question is, has the inmate developed realistic parole plans? And sounds like you're willing to work, but have you developed any plans whether you're found suitable or not? Have you gone down that road at all? Actually, that's a form of torment, self-imposed torment. I see. If I toy with that too much because there hasn't been a realistic possibility for as long as I've been down. Okay, but now you'd like to be, I would love to be. Well, what would you do? Where would you live? Who would you associate with? I don't know if you believe it or not, but I've been invited to live in a house and this is just fucking ridiculous. Live in a house I lived in on the street in Aptos, 609A, Ord Street, by a group of young men, they're in their 30s, 20s and 30s, that have offered me an opportunity to live in that same house. Let me just say that there are some very sick people in this world. And anyone who would want to help and move Ed Kemper back into the home that he lived in previously, before he went to prison for these, is sick. And, it's especially creepier that these men are in their 20s and 30s. And this is a man who has been in prison for longer than they've been alive, who has done atrocious, heinous things. And so the commissioner asks a question that is rather apt. He says, that's strange, isn't it? And Kemper says, part of what I dreamt about last night, it's a bit scary too. Talk about bringing memories back. And he says, uh-huh. And if you are at all a believer in the spiritual world, the spiritual realm, I had a dream at a Tescadero, and it was a focus. I was focusing on absolutely nothing. Everything went away, no sounds, and I wasn't asleep, but I had a dream, a vision that I was at the neighbor's property of my grandparents, looking down on that house because it was low, at a lower altitude than the neighbors were. I'm sorry, I needed a sippy. Bill Blair and his wife used to live up there. When I got out on parole, I went back there, and the Blair's 60-foot trailer was gone. It was on a cement base with the electric and everything, and it was gone permanently. And I stood on that spot where I had been in that vision. I was looking down on the old Kemper residence. And they had disconnected the bedroom that I had. I see. It was a breezeway bedroom, and why this commissioner has not stopped him. This is a dream that he's recounting. This isn't even anything in reality. Uh, you know, Someone needed to cut him off. We all hate hearing about other people's dreams. So, Ed, knock it off. So, what does that have to do with your possible parole plans or standing at the house? Wow, he says. I know that sounds like it was very vivid memory for you, but okay. Have you considered transitional housing? Yes. Okay, what do you think about that? Have you contacted anybody? I couldn't realistically, at the present time. Okay. I have no status to do that, but I have no address. I guess I could find out some addresses. Do you think so? Do you think you could find out some addresses? You've only been in there 42 years, you know. Yeah, you have. Have you talked to people about it? Transitional housing, counselors, and other needs, things like that? That's a painful memory. I did that the first time down. Okay. I tried doing that, and you know what they told me? Do you want your parole or not? Parole to your mother's house, and that's it, or you got no parole. I should have passed. Yeah, well, I would recommend that. I didn't think we could have it that bad, her and I. So, coming up till now to present time, it's important for inmates to develop realistic parole plans, means of support, and things like that. It sounds like you haven't had the opportunity to do that, or you haven't followed through. But what about people? What are you interested in pursuing relationships with people? I know you mentioned this person in France and another that was in Australia, but what about relationships? They'd take me in a minute. Excuse me? They'd take me in a minute, but I don't think Australia would be welcoming. I'm not asking you to live there. Do you see yourself having relationships with people if you were to be living outside of prison? Absolutely. Okay. Which people? What do you mean? Neighbors or an expanded version of what I got now as far as penmanship friends? Okay. Answer more letters than I do. Part of the reason I stopped doing that was the lady in Maryland that was mentioned earlier. She came out here for a whole week, visiting me every day for a solid week, trying to convince me that I was the one. I should marry her. Do you think that you would have relationships with women if you were released from prison? Like have a romantic relationship? Is that something that's entered your mind? That's a possibility, but I have to be careful with that because my feelings tend to run pretty loose. Oh, really? I don't just, keep a real tight grip on letters. I follow the flow of emotions. And why is that a problem? The young lady in France, she loves me. I got love from her 200 times if I got it once, and it started out when she started writing me. She said this isn't love, this is that and other, but now she's talking really emotionally. What about where, it's been a while since you've been out of prison, but just think of a situation where, you see a young woman, around the age of your victims. Have you thought about that? It's a scary thought, isn't it? I don't know. You're 68 years old now. Yeah. What's different or what? You said that's a scary thought, isn't it? Why? Why did you say that? I haven't had an erection in 2 years. Okay, nobody asked you that. Okay. I don't think I can even do it anymore. Platonic relationship, it would have to be because I just haven't got it. But assuming that you could, what that problem would be ameliorated. Would you be interested in having a sexual relationship? Would you find who wouldn't be? Okay, who wouldn't be? Well, that's kind of, you haven't really I haven't put any effort in that area for quite some time now. Well, you've been in prison. Yeah. Okay, should we be concerned about being attracted to women and your thoughts and desires and feelings that might arouse in you? Well, every letter I've written, as long as I've been in prison, has been monitored. And by my by my thoughts in that area has been recorded, not just monitored. I see. Or what they have copies of. Okay, are you concerned? Is that, if for nothing else, professional interest people would do stuff like that. I have been cautious about relationships. Okay, I think we discussed your parole plans. It might be that some work needs to be done there, but you said you're willing to work and you consider transitional housing, although you haven't really followed through. It's possible that you probably would spend some time living in some sort of medical facility. You'll probably be required to register as a sex offender. Believe it or not, no. Interesting, really. The committee's brought that up. Okay, it would be that you murdered, but not right. There's certain things that have to be met, standards that have to met. Okay, that makes no sense. After registering, and they said specifically that I don't fit that. So I'm assuming that because his victims weren't alive when he sexually assaulted them, that means he doesn't have to register as a sexual offender, which is just kind of moronic. And if I've committed one offense out of all the crimes I've had, it seems like I would have to register. But look at how many people have found ways to deceive that process. Okay, but we're talking about you right now. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to tell us about parole plans? I know probably for a long time you thought you would never have a chance. So, well, I was a ceramist at one time, and I developed a line of ceramics that people have expressed interest in following me professionally. Okay. And like I would make a master cut with my patterns on it and then issue it to a company that would copy that. Okay. And make dozens of copies for sale. I know that sounds ludicrous to the casual listener, but I've actually had people offer me serious money when I put one cup out front for a hobby show where everything was judged, and that cup wasn't even allowed to participate in that because I wasn't technically in hobby. So he's going off on a tangent, the commissioner says. He says, I got the cut back. Okay. And I was angry about it. And the people who did it, this was the first time in California history. Mr. Kemper, we got to move on. You're not answering the questions that we're asking you. I'm just asking if you had any thought about the work you might do. It sounds like it's something you'd consider. Would you believe $100 a cup? Oh, God. Okay, so you're still not listening to me when I say we're moving on. So apparently you're just going to do what you want to do. Apparently you don't take direction very well. I finished that thought. Okay. Done? Any questions from the district attorney's office? Now we have questions from the district attorney's office, and actually they're all just basically, would you please ask the inmate if he killed the cat because the cat was actually like a member of the family? Now, why he's asking questions through this other person, I don't know. I don't know if they're not allowed to have contact. I know that he reprimands Kemper for looking over at the person. He's not even allowed to look at this person for some reason. And I don't know the whole backstory behind any of that. But he says, you're to look straight ahead and not at the district attorney like I've already admonished you once, okay? And so then he puts the question through to him. Did you kill the cat because the cat was a family member? He says no. Okay. I was trying to avoid pursuing any further thoughts of killing people. Thank you. Would you ask the inmate if he believes that when he said he took responsibility for his crimes, that is consistent with blaming his mother? So, and again, this whole telephone thing they're playing here. My mother played a big role of what I did. Okay, all right. When he took the podium for lengthy periods of time when he participated in AA, did he share his experiences, strength, and hopes, or did he just talk about his experience? Just experiences. Experience, strength, hope. Which is the purpose of the share? Strength and hope, or just experiences? And Kemper says, back then it was just experiences. Then they want to know, if he was working his steps, why didn't he write a letter to make amends to the victims in these cases? Although because it would hurt them to receive it, would also be inappropriate to send it to them. So he wants to know why he wrote the letter, why he didn't write the letters, even with no intention of sending them, because that would have been illegal, not only, but also, it would have hurt other people. And Kemper said it's against the law. And the thing is, it's not against the law to write the letter. It would be against the law to send the letter. So they're asking, why didn't you write the amends letter and not mail it? And he says, I guess I didn't get that far. The inmate indicated that he would live in a household with men in their 30s and presumably they would have girlfriends who came to the house. How would he handle his temptation to have sex with them? He says, no, whatever that means. Okay. He indicated in his risk assessment that if he saw a lone woman, he would look away essentially and try to think of something else. What would he do if in his living situation he came across women? Go in the opposite direction rather than play with temptation. He indicated that the woman with whom he corresponds from France sought him out because of media attention. Did it occur to him that somebody who would seek him out because of his crimes was a disturbed individual? I've given that some thought, he says, which has played a role in my continued correspondence. Okay, what does that mean? My concern has played a role. Okay, all right. He indicated there was a time that his sister visited him, including in 2016, but he was unable to have continued visitations because of being written up. Did he ask her to write a letter in support of him for this hearing? And he says no. With regard to the anger management program he has participated in, does he think that there's an issue about whether he benefited from that? Because he got so frustrated at one point when he was being questioned that he couldn't think of a way to respond. So he says he thinks he absolutely benefited from anger management. He indicated when he was responding to a question that at one of his hearings, the DA almost flipped the table over, and I would just like to quote from the transcript of the hearing from April 30th, 1980, wherein on page 48 he said, I would like to state I appreciate the district attorney's restraint in making these comments. It in fact laudable. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Do you recall? And he gives him the district attorney later became a judge. Okay, was that the district attorney you were talking about? Yes or no? No. So in referring to the district attorney who later became a judge, that's Arthur Daner. Yes. Who was present on May 1st of 1979. Would you ask the inmate if there's some reason why he has hung on to that experience since it was almost 30 years? Was that, 40 years ago? And Kemper says yes. This gets so fuzzy. It's so much passing along messages and all of that. And I don't really think he thinks that he was looking for a rise in him. He indicated he was speaking on, let's skip over that. Is there a reason that he has taken so few courses, college level courses, if he's of the opinion that he could get a PhD? And Kemper says it's because Leonard Wolf left. He went to New York. I guess Leonard Wolf was the professor that he wanted to do. He was my sponsor, he says. Okay. Would you ask the inmate if he thinks that the community would be safe if he was released? Absolutely. Would I be? So he's acting like, it's no big deal if you release me. The community is safe. But will I be safe from the community? Oh, how dare the community have hard feelings, right? Any questions for your client? His attorney says no questions. Closing statement, district office. Thank you. I wrote a letter. Then he's admonished again for looking over at the district attorney. He says, sir, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, you have to look over here. And Kemper says, I'm looking at my attorney's, it didn't look like it, but okay. We are almost finished here. I'm going to have to take just a small break to look over at the chat and to kind of, that was a tough portion to get through because of all the passing messages back and forth and all of that. So when he said he did not want to let him out, he was speaking in third person. Yes, he was. And I did notice that, but I didn't point it out. But yeah, I did recognize that, Jenny. Thank you for bringing that up. He is in love with himself. Yes, he is. He has a very high opinion of his abilities. I just need to kind of let my head clear for a second because that was a painful portion with all the, I don't know what the setup was, why they were passing questions from one to another to him and the answers, back and all that, but that really did my head in for a second there. I think it's interesting though that he's not even allowed to look at some of the people who are there. And I wonder if that's because he has been a threat to them, maybe since the hearings they were involved in. Has he made some sort of threats or tried to send things that were intimidating? Has he tried intimidation tactics? And so that, one of the rules now is that whenever they are uh, in the same area, that he's not even allowed to look at them. Right, Jenny, because he would try to intimidate them. Exactly. So, I mean, on a lot of this stuff, they have his number, and I think that they're just playing the game, to seem fair and like they came in there with an open mind. But I think that we can all admit that they have his number. They've even put guidelines in place where he can't play a lot of his games. So yeah, I'm just resting my throat for a minute, having a sip of coffee, and then we are going to finish this because they actually break and then they come back with their decision, and we hear from his family member who is there. So okay, let me hop back over here and let's knock this out. Okay. So I think this is the district attorney's closing statement, maybe. He says, in his risk assessment conducted in the last several months, he said to the doctor that denying him parole would be ultimately safe, which from the people's perspective means that he does have an understanding that he cannot control his temptation and would in fact hurt women, whether that be in the form of rape, murder, or both. When he was participating in that risk assessment, he was unable to identify even one trigger for why it is that he raped and murdered those women, which from the people's perspective is incredibly dangerous and somebody isn't at all aware of or isn't at all aware or self-conscious of something that might trigger that very violent behavior. I would note that during his hearing, I have never in my 29-year career heard somebody speak of such despicable actions in the dispassionate way that he has, which has included avoiding answering questions and in startling detail talking about things that it appears he doesn't have any awareness of what it would be like to be a person hearing him talk about those things, which I find chilling. I won't go through the details of his crimes in as much as with describing the victim's experiences or the victim's family experiences, as indicated in my letter. Okay. One, I don't think there are words that can describe those experiences. I don't think our language permits a description of those experiences, but I would also say that for me to try and attempt to characterize those experiences would be arrogant and presumptuous, and as much as I've never had any experience that in any way resembles the experiences of those women, they knew he was going to kill them, and the families of those women, some of whom thought their daughters, sisters, cousins, nieces were missing, only to find that they weren't missing at all in the traditional, somewhat hopeful sense. They were missing because they would never see them again and would never see their bodies intact. Again, I will just iterate that as I was listening to him, I was apoplectic because I never ever in my life, even in a movie, heard somebody talk about what he did and the way he did. And I frankly hope to never have that experience again because it was so disturbing. I don't think that there's any, not even reasonable possibility, but any possibility whatsoever that he would ever be suitable for release. He has unrealistic or non existent parole plans. He has a complete lack of insight and awareness into why he committed his crimes, and there isn't really any reason to believe he wouldn't continue to do it again. In all of the different parole hearings I have done, and I'm certainly not as experienced as the group of you three, I'm sure, but I've never had somebody who's been in prison for this length of time and was characterized as high risk. And I think that that is something that's very important to take in and honor. And I would ask the board to permanently deny him any further hearings. And I, in that regard, Patricia Kemper, is going to speak about her experiences, but I think it's very important to take into consideration the anxiety and fear that the possibility that he would ever be released creates in people. And those are my remarks. Thank you. And so he says, thank you. Closing statement. Yes, Commissioner, and this is Kemper's attorney. You know, Mr. Kemper, I think he has made a lot of very favorable strides over the last 10 years. I believe it's been 10 years since his last full taken to a completion hearing. During that time, he has self-reflected about the murders, which he testified to this morning, that he showed remorse. We discovered that he had been taking many years of therapy, which led to much discovery. He shared his remorse with the board today, and we also know that an elderly parole of 68-year-old man. He's been 42, 43 years in. Given his disabilities, the likelihood that he would behave the way he did when he was 22 or 23 is highly unlikely. However, I believe Mr. Kemper would agree with me that although he's very close, there are just a few things. I'm sorry, I cannot handle grammatical errors, and so I will correct them as I read because it's painful for me to say there is just a few things. So forgive me. There are just a few things that I think the board would want to see. Develop parole plans. Mr. Kemper and I, we talked about that, and he shared with me that he hadn't any parole plans. He hadn't made any. Communications with transitional housing, given the number of years he's been down, that would be extremely helpful, given his many disabilities. I don't believe that an issue of working is necessary. He's 68, so he would be eligible for SSI and Medi-Cal. He would not be eligible for Medicare nor Social Security because he hasn't paid in 40 quarters, but nevertheless, he would have some benefits out there should he ever parole. So he needs to parole plans, I believe, with people. I think maybe a little more insight would be helpful. And if Mr. Kemper can complete those two items, given all the other things that he's shown very favorably here this morning, that being the parole plans and some additional insight, I think he would then be a good candidate. But right now, he's just a little short of that, and perhaps no more than 3 years. He can return to the board with those two items completed. And I think that that his attorney is not a very good one and is quite delusional. But let's move on from that. Do you have a closing statement that you'd like to make? Kemper says, I don't think so. Okay, then we'll hand it over to the district attorney's office. Did the victim's family member like to make a statement? And he says that yes, he believes Patricia does. And she comes up onto the microphone, puts her name on the record, and she begins. It was my grandparents that he killed in addition to his own. We knew one another as children. We played together as children. He had a great sense of humor. I want to say in honor of my grandparents that my grandmother was not aggressive. She was full of life and full of joy, and she loved him. She wanted to help him, and that's why she took him in. And she told me that Christmas of 1963 that people told her she should take the gun away, but she wanted him to know that she loved and trusted him, and she was not going to take the gun away. She thought love conquered all. My grandfather was not senile. He was hard of hearing. He helped my sister with her algebra. That Christmas, often before that, they were both very intelligent, very loving people, so I wanted to say that in their honor. I hope when I think of what my family has gone through, because Grandma and Dada's death and the way they died and everyone blaming themselves, it's just changed everything. No one has lived a normal life that was in the family because of what Guy did. It should be known that they used to call Ed as a child. His family members called him Guy. My father hardly ever leaves the house. Those were his parents. I mean, literally, hardly leaves the house and cannot bear any kind of conflict, any kind of news, any kind of talk about violence. He had to take a medical disability at 57 because he was a wreck and he couldn't cope anymore with ordinary life. I can't even imagine what it's like of the parents of those girls and their families. I know what it feels like to know grandma was murdered and then dragged into another room and her body was disfigured, and for them to have a child or a sister who went through the fear they must have gone through before they died, and then to have their bodies dismembered and left for animals to get to. How can it take a risk of sending this man? How can we take a risk of sending this man out again? What does it do to the families to come every 5 years and know that he can get out? And about, I mean, I don't care how old he gets. He's safe here. People are safe from him here. And I think he should stay. And I don't think there should be any more parole hearings ever, because it's like sending the family members through a meat grinder. So thank you for listening. And they say thank you. Everyone says thank you. And they go into their deliberations. And there is a recess. So they come back on the record. And he says, okay, we're on the record. Or she says, I'm sorry. All parties that were present prior to the recess are present now for the case of Kemper. The panel reviewed all information received from the public and all relevant information that was before us today, in concluding that the prisoner is not suitable for parole and would pose an unreasonable risk of danger to society or a threat to public safety if released from prison. Finding of unsuitability is based on weighing the considerations provided in California Code of Regulations, Title 15. We also give special consideration to Mr. Kemper's age, the amount of time that he's been in prison, and any medical conditions that he has. This is a 7-year denial. So he will not be eligible for 7 more years from 2017. That means in 2024, he is again eligible. In determining unsuitability, there were a number of factors that we thought linked Mr. Kemper to current dangerousness. 1 being past and present mental state, past and present attitude about the crime. 2, lack of remorse. 3, lack of skills and tools to be successful out on parole. 4, institutional behavior. And so let's go through some. And 5, parole plans. So let me go through these areas. So let's first go through past and present mental state, past and present attitude about the crime. I mean, you know, we still don't know to this day, after so many years, why you committed these crimes. We spent a lot of time going back and forth over this. It appears as if you just don't want to discuss it. I mean, that was what I got to, because we would go on these tangents throughout this entire hearing about things that you wanted to discuss that had very relevance, had very little relevance, I think she meant. But you felt like you needed to get them on the record, mostly because they were derogatory against your mother, sister, judge, DA, and other things that made other people look bad. And you were able to go into great detail about prior memories about things, your prior history, social history, families, things like that. You were able to get into great detail about that, but you certainly weren't able to do that when it came to the murders. You know, you kept saying, well, it's very complicated, and over again about how it's not a simple answer, but then you couldn't answer it. And basically what you said, I'm frustrated now and I can't answer it. So it brought up a lot of concerns because 1, you aren't able to explain to us why you did what you did. And then to say that you got frustrated over it is even more concerning, because frustration and anger are one of your issues that led you to prison. And you're still exhibiting that here at the hearing today. In order to get through this rehabilitation process, you have to understand why you did what you did, so you know that you can rehabilitate. So if you're still on step 1 and why this happened, then there's a lot of work that needs to be done. You know, your explanations of it's painful and embarrassing, well, that may be true. I think it gives really short shrift to what's going on here. The fact is, I think you just don't want to. You don't want to go through that process. You don't want to accept it. You don't want to have to think about it, because this is difficult to think about the things that you did in the past. And I don't think it's difficult for him to think about the things he's done in the past. I really don't. I think he enjoys thinking about the things he's done in the past. So I think they're giving him a lot of the benefit of the doubt here. So you just choose to ignore it and not go through the process. And that's certainly how it showed today is someone who has not gone through the process, has not gone through rehabilitation, and certainly would not be safe, could not be safely released out on parole given your testimony today and given some of the other things that happened at this hearing today. As far as remorse is concerned, all I can say is extremely chilling, a void of all types of emotions. But not only did you kill strangers, you killed family members, and there's just nothing there. You basically say, you're sad about it. When I asked about your grandparents, because I thought perhaps because they were family members, it would have elicited some other type of emotion versus strangers. You took on this intellectual stance. Well, wait a second, they can't be here, and they got killed so fast, so I guess they weren't in any pain. Very scary, very disturbing. That's how you would describe remorse and how you felt about things, and have kind of this weird affect when you're discussing these types of things, like you're actually enjoying telling the story, bingo, and actually enjoying reliving these murders and what happened to these people, bingo again, which again is very disturbing. And it's not something that other people could really see that aren't here at this hearing today. Again, I did not see anything where that would suggest any type of remorse. We asked you a few times as far as your grandparents, your mother, the strangers that you killed, and basically it was, I feel badly and I wish I could take it back. I haven't written letters, because it's illegal, but then I've never written a letter because I haven't gotten through that process before. Then you go into the fact that you turned yourself in and you tried to show them where the body parts were as a form of remorse. But I believed that was a bit self-serving. So again, until you can really show remorse for the victims, and really if you can't really understand the pain and suffering that not only they went through at the time, but that their families continue to go through, your own family continues to go through. I really saw it as a complete blank, that you really don't have that capacity or don't want to have that capacity to understand that that is a very disturbing thing, because upon release, if you don't have any empathy for other people and do not understand the pain and suffering that they could go through or they have been through, then there's no knowing what you would be capable of upon release. And so we do believe that also is a connection to current dangerousness. As far as your institutional behavior, you've had one rule violation. There's no pattern there. It's recent, so it's a concern, but it would have been a bigger concern if there were patterns of it and things like that. I didn't see that, but you better not have any more rules violations or it will show a pattern. I think the bigger pattern here is the real lack of work that you've done on yourself. You have taken therapy. Hopefully it's helped. It did not come out in your testimony today. But I think what was real telling today is it appears that some of your character defects are still present. That arrogance, that being self-absorbed. This hearing was a lot about you. We had to continue to go back to stories that you wanted to tell that really had nothing to do with what we were asking, because apparently you just wanted to tell it. You interrupted, you tried to dominate this hearing, and I really wanted you to think about that, because that's exactly the type of person that you are. That's exactly some of the reasons why these murders occurred, is your intimidation, dominance. It's not necessarily about the sex, it's about the control. We didn't hear anything about that, but here you are in this hearing in 2017 doing same or similar types of behaviors in a very structured environment where I continually asked you not to do it. In fact, you would continue to do it. You decided, hey, I'm going to do it anyway. So it really shows just the fact that you are unwilling to see, or you just don't want to, because you just don't want a woman to tell you what to do. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. And we saw it at this hearing, and that's your issue. I mean, you have big, deep-seated issues with women, probably stemming from your mother. I don't know. You need to tell us. It came out loud and clear today, your frustration and anger, not only with me, but some of the other female participants at this hearing. And I think you've got to take a look at that. That's why you're here. If you can't control that, even in a structured environment with 2 correctional officers, what are you going to do when you get out of prison? It's frightening. And we're talking about a guy who's 68 years old, still acting like this. As far as your parole plans, I mean, they can get you transitional housing and things like that. I'm not so much worried about actually where you're going to go, except for the fact that you think you're going to stay with people that you don't know that apparently want to bring you in. You have unrealistic relationships with other people, and somehow you think that's going to be part of your parole plans. Your understanding of these relationships is mind boggling. For you to act like an immature kind of kid voice, say because she loves you or she loves, is just disturbing. I mean, you have to, if you want to go out there and be released, your issues are about relationships, and that's how you're acting at your age, about this relationship or support system that you have. Which I then think is good that you have support out there, but to act like that in those terms again just shows how little you know about this process, how little you know about rehabilitation, how little you know about how you're going to deal with things about the outside. You don't think that you're going to have temptations. If you do, you say you're going to walk away. Again, very simplistic, immature way of dealing with things, and that's going to be the answer to all your problems. You're here for 8 murders. You're here because of relationship issues, issues with women, things that traumatic experiences that have happened to you. None of that came out in this hearing. We're basically telling you. And so for you to act like that is a solution to these problems on the outside is extremely disturbing because you haven't thought about it. You don't want to think about it. You want to think about other things. You want to tell us about other things. You don't want to talk or think about your real issues. We know you're capable of it because we believe that you're capable of doing it. You just don't want to do it, or you haven't thought about it, which again, after 40 years at your age, is extremely disturbing that that's where you're at in this process, because that just says that you have a long way to go. The fact that you're still blaming your mother for the murders, I mean, it's mind-boggling. She might have something to do with how you were shaped in your childhood to the person that you are, but she certainly is not to blame for the murders that you participated in, which I think shows that you really lack responsibility as far as your understanding and taking responsibility for your actions. You have a lot of things that you need to work on. Have you made improvement in prison? Yes, of course. I mean, you haven't gotten in a lot of trouble. I think that you should be commended. Some of the issues that you have outside of prison with women and relationships, you don't have in prison. So I would expect, but again, you could get in a lot more trouble than you have been. So I think that's something that you should be commended on. Is there anything that you want to add? The other commissioner says, no, thank you. All right. As far as the term calculations, we put them in your paperwork. As far as Marsy's law is concerned, we first looked at 15 years by clear and convincing evidence based on your record. As far as behavior is concerned, you don't require a more lengthy period of incarceration. Then the next threshold of 10 years, we even looked at 10 years for the reasons already cited. We also took into consideration you've taken some programming therapy and don't require a more lengthy period of incarceration. Then the next threshold is 7 years. We looked at 3, 5, or 7, determined that 7 years is the appropriate denial period, and to get through these issues that we've discussed. If you feel you're ready to come before, then you can petition to advance and submit the paperwork to headquarters. They'll review and see if you can come back at an earlier date. I wish you the best of luck. We'll go off the record. Anything else you want to add? No, thank you. Okay, all right. So everything is adjourned then. And there's some technical stuff, the certificate of declaration of the transcriber and all of that. But so there it is. They denied him. And why wouldn't they have? I mean, come on. He was just a mess in that. And largely it was because of his own ego and his need for domination. He blew it. He didn't care that he blew it as long as he got to say what he wanted to say. And there we go. And he's back up for parole again, the opportunity for parole this year. I agree, Jenny. I don't think that you can reform someone who has the personality issues that he has, the dysfunction of personality that he has. And I don't think there's anything this world has to offer him outside of prison. I don't think there's anything for him outside of prison. I don't think that there's any chance that he would become a functioning member of society. I think that he could probably fool people into thinking he was a functioning member of society again, but I don't think that would happen. He fooled people into thinking that his entire life. So you agree. Good, Black Cat. So we're on the same page with that. Yeah, he has nothing to offer society outside of prison walls. And I don't think the world has anything to offer him either, because I don't think he would take advantage in the sense that, like, if someone wanted to help him become a better person, he wouldn't take advantage of those services. He would only use those services to the degree that he could manipulate them, right? So he's not the guy who's going to go out and become part of a church and go to their meetings and their um, Bible study and like offer some of himself and accept, what they're offering. No, it would all be a manipulation at this point. He's not going to go out and join the people who um, petition for better parks in a city or something like that. He's just not. He's never going to be a functioning member in society or a benefit to society. Even as he becomes less dangerous, as he gets older and more infirm, he still has, he's still just as dangerous in other ways. So while he may not be out driving a car around picking up hitchhikers and physically assaulting them and killing them and doing all this, because he doesn't have the physical prowess to do that anymore, he is still a man who would be hunting for victims, and they just may become victims in different manners. I agree. I agree. He's still very dangerous. And with all the time he's had to sit in there and think, and ruminate over the things he's done and fantasize about them, he may even be more dangerous now than he ever was before. And he's certainly not going to give them that information, because you can see how he avoids any kind of responsibility. Well, you're welcome. I can't believe I have been live for 4 hours. But you know what? It was interesting, and it was good to hear how other people were thinking and all of that. And like I said, if you listen on replay or if you're in here now, leave a like and give me some sense of how this is received. And we can maybe start doing this every Sunday after everyone has gone out for church, for their lunch, for their family things, meet up here in the afternoon. And this is how we will reset our weeks for the start of Monday. Well, thank you, Jenny. I appreciate you showing up. And if there is anyone wishes that I could try and get a transcript to their hearing or to their parole hearings or to their court proceedings or something, I'm not in a position where I could spend money on those things, but a lot of these are made public on sharing sites and things. That's where I got this one. And, I think it might be interesting to go over the transcript if I can get a hold of it, of like Diane Downs or of, I don't know, just leave your ideas and I'll see what I can get a hold of. Yeah, when he gets his upcoming parole hearing, it's going to be interesting to know if he'll even attend, if he's even going to be interested in it, and what they're going to do. I think if his health has gotten exceedingly worse, and he doesn't attend, they may just, give him the boot and let him be on his own. Oh, yeah, Eileen Wuornos, yes. I could see doing that too. Okay, well, thank you for being here with me. If you watch on replay, like I said, let me know you stopped by. Let me know if you want to hear more of these. Let me know people you'd be interested in their transcripts and all of that. Let me know your thoughts if you think I got anything wrong, if you think my opinions were wrong, or my ideas, or my understanding of something. Please don't let the fact that you don't agree with me keep you from sharing your thoughts. I love to see other viewpoints. I love to think about other viewpoints. Sometimes those other viewpoints even make me change my viewpoints because I think, I hadn't thought of that before. So, all right, well, have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. Try to have a great week. And remember that you are important, you matter, you are loved, and I love you. And I will see you very soon. Mwah.